Okay, so we're going to get started. So everyone, please find a seat. Thanks for coming back from lunch. And just to start the first afternoon session of a snowmass, this will be a mostly informational session. It will be chaired by myself and a Sekar. And what that means is that you're not supposed to be asking any questions after the talks are done, but you're welcome to ask questions in the Google Doc, and the speakers will get back to them after they're done with their talks. That's the plan. One quick message for the speakers. Please try to be on this area of the auditorium 5 minutes before your talk is coming, because we want to make sure that the transitions are more or less fast. And I will try to keep the time as best as I can. And I hope I didn't forget anything. But the first speaker is Jinglong Zhang from Argonne. He's going to be telling us about what the instrumentation frontier has in stock for us.
Okay, thanks. So since all of you just come back from lunch, so we made sure this talk does not have any technical detail, but just to show you during this whole week where you'll find those technical details, this and that discuss. Okay, so together with my co-conveners, Phil Babio from Duke, Petra Merkel from Fermilab, we just give you a brief introduction about the work plan of instrumentation frontier in this week. Okay, instrumentation frontier is about we try to understand the detector technologies and R&D needs from all the science frontier, the cloud physics, neutrino physics, intensive physics, or a rare process frontier, and the cosmic frontier. So then we divide all the technology needs of different areas in the different topic groups. Certainly, we also need to take care of those cross-topic, the overlap. Of course, if some of those technology involve other fields beyond high energy physics, we also pay attention. Okay, I'll list our wiki link over there. You certainly can find over the description of our frontier. More importantly, mailing lists, Slack channels, Google links for you to provide your input to our frontier in this week. Okay, we have 10 frontier topic groups. So the numbering is historical, so certainly it's not necessarily logical. Start with F1 is quantum sensors, F02 is photon detectors, and 3 is solid state detectors and tracking. Trigger and DAC is F4, micro pattern gas detectors F5, and F6 is the colorimeter, F7 is electronics I6, and novel elements F8. Then we have F9 to take care of the cross-cutting and the system integration, and the radio detector F10 come a little bit later. So we have most of topic group have 3 conveners, and some have 4 and 2. So all the people have been doing heavy lifting in the whole process, and we also have some conveners early. They have to step down during the heavy commitment in other areas before, after they did excellent work. So we also have important liaisons because instrumentation frontier is a technology frontier. So we need to basically communicate with other frontiers, particularly science frontiers. We have a high level bi-directional communication between frontiers. We have those experts have expertise and experience in both frontiers. You can imagine we almost have a liaison for every frontier. So we have discussion like a future detector needs for any frontier, for linear collider or FCCHH. We discuss, of course, like the machine detector interface with accelerator frontiers. We discuss machine learning, with cosmic frontiers. We discuss like a quantum sensor technology facility with Ungraph. Basically, certainly we also have early career representatives in our frontier to take, it's a very important aspect for the study. Okay, during the process, there's 2 important documents came out. I assume all of you know. One is the DOE Detect R&D BR report that came out last year. So that's already, that because did excellent work the community. So our frontier basically is build all that research plan already presenting the report. Then we start developing and refining those further, and also include some area missing that frontier. I certainly will not read through the key message, but just highlight one thing: transformation discovery in science is driven by innovation in technology. This is one of the key opening statement in that report. The other document that come out is last year, the ECFA Detect R&D Roadmap. This is another excellent document we are using in our frontier studies. Again, I will not read the information. This section comes from the first paragraph of the introduction of the document. Clearly, you can see the message: enable future particle physics experiments to achieve the most accurate measurement possible in the fundamental target of the proposed detector technology on this report. Hopefully, our report, also produces similar information. Okay. Similar to other frontiers, it has been a long way come to this step. So we have more than 300 letter of intent. So by the way, I give the link for all the information. If you want to look at the detail, you can click those links. So we end up basically few white papers per topic group. So those white papers either contributed by the individual community members or organized by the topic groups. Now we are at this stage. We have draft frontier report. We'll also have a draft of topic group reports. Here you can find all the draft report at our webpage. You can click the link. You can see the snapshot. It look like this. We have the report itself and have a link for you to provide the community feedback. So please do so during this week. You have no time to attend our session. Of course, the major material will be presented in our plenary and parallel sessions this week. Okay, so we'll also have a dedicated parallel session to discuss our report. Okay, so start with what will happen this week about IF. So we start with two plenary. So first one will happen Wednesday afternoon is detector technology for next decade. Basically, this is a major session for instrumentation frontier to present our key message, the technology, the needs, key technology needs and R&D needs. Okay, so we are not too, sorry, we will not present by 10 topic groups, but we organize roughly 3 big areas in applied physics, cosmic experiment, neutrino, and intensive experiment. We just try to organize our major information from 10 topic groups into these 3 major areas. So this is the first most important session for us to share our key message with you. The next plenary will happen on Sunday. This actually is in parallel to, unfortunately, with DEI session. I believe the overlap is unavoidable. This is called Career in Detecting Instrumentation. In this session, we'll have a list of excellent instrumentalists come to present their work. This, of course, the list of the presenters are at different career stages. So it's very interesting. You go there to listen to what they are working on, what they're planning for the later stage of the career. Okay, so this particular session, we are co-organized with CPAT. So we end up a panel discussion with workforce development and collaboration with industry, because particularly some of these issues very unique and important to instrumentation frontier. Okay, so by the parallel session, we have 10 parallel sessions, one by each topic group. So this session will basically, the format will be varied between different topic groups. We let the topic group decide they want to focus on report discussion or technology highlights. So basically, please go there. So Monday we have basically the quantum sense and photon sensors, and Tuesday we have tracking, TDAC, calorimeter and the radio, and the 20th we have basically electronic ASICs, and the 22nd we have basically MGPD and noble elements and cross-cutting. So we also have during the week, we have the 3 dedicated sessions to basically work our report with the community. We start with Wednesday, we introduce our report first. Basically, we present our frontier report. Also, each subtopic group will present a key point of their report. Then later of the week, we started take your input. We start to refine our report, and basically last session we basically trying to sharpen our key message from the report. Basically produce the key message, the key point from instrument frontier. What we want basically, as the end of SNOMES report, what we want to produce for the community. Okay, so please come join this session if as you can. Okay, there will be several important cross-frontier IF sessions. As few early speakers already mentioned, or will be participating the community in getting the frontier feedback. So then there will be two work with underground facility. One is dedicated to quantum science technology. The other is cross-cutting facility. Okay, there are also two dedicated work with RF and EF. One is, you probably know, the timing information for future detector developments become very critical information. Okay, so that's also one work with EF, IF, basically the work on the detector MDI information. So there's also another two we organized with neutrino frontier and cosmic frontier. It's mainly concerned the instrumentation for neutrino frontier and the dark matter technology. This is one of the others. So basically, we all three frontier all work together to develop the schedule agenda for these two. Okay, this is the important cross-frontier sessions. Okay, I think this is my last slide. We decided not to present you a summary, but since we were asked by the committee, we tell you how to participate. So we took one of the pie chart prepared by the local organizing committee. This is the registration information for all of you here. Your primary frontier you choose when you're doing registration. You can see, no doubt, all the major scientists, you're interested in your science. Okay, instrumentation frontier is here. It's only a few percent. But we do believe most of you, if not all of you, are interested in instrumentation because we all need a detector technology to do our physics. So we hope, please come to IF meetings, comment our report, and contact with us and our topic group sub-conveners. So we all together, let us sharpen this particular message. You know, it's indeed, there's a strong need of much increased technology development in prepare for next big steps while we actually, working on the current development field. Thanks.
So thank you very much for keeping on time even. So the next speaker is Elizabeth Wooster, who's going to be talking about the neutrino frontier. I have one quick message for the Zoom people, is we still haven't figured out how to show the speakers on Zoom, but apparently people are working on this and they are very good. So they will solve the problem somehow.
Almost. All right, thank you. So I'm presenting on behalf of the neutrino frontier. I don't know how to work this. I'll just do it this way. I also can't do it this way. Okay. Okay. All right, so just hit it hard. Okay. All right. So the Neutrino Frontier Organization, Patrick and Kate and I are the Frontier conveners. We're all three here in person this week, so you can grab us. We have 10 topical groups, each of which has like 3 to 4 topical group conveners, as well as liaisons to all the other frontiers. and the early career organization. So it's more than 40 people, so it's not very practical to list names, but they've all worked very hard, and you can find their names and all other sort of neutrino frontier information here at the wiki. I don't know how to do this. I don't know why I can't do it. Click on slide. There we go. Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right. So we've had some major themes that have emerged from our frontier, and I'm going to tell you what they are because then I'm going to organize my tour of our sessions around these concepts. So a defining and I think somewhat unique aspect of the neutrino frontier is breadth and balance of efforts across a very wide range of physics topics, timescales, sizes, and costs, with a significant need for collaboration with other frontiers and across the boundaries of what is typically considered particle physics. I'll come back to that. Physics beyond the 3 neutrino standard model is emerging as a major focus of the neutrino frontier, and this can include investigation of anomalies in neutrino oscillation measurements, precision measurements of neutrino oscillation that might be sensitive to new particles and interactions, and also the use of neutrino experiments to search for other new physics that may or may not have anything to do with neutrinos, things like dark matter. Use of neutrinos as messengers carrying information about otherwise inaccessible systems, particularly as participants in multi-messenger astronomy, is a growing area of interest. Dune LBNF, of course, is the largest project in our portfolio, and there's extensive investment from the United States and international partners to make these precision neutrino oscillation measurements, as well as a broad program of astrophysics topics and beyond the standard model searches. So this process that we're part of right now will be particularly focused on the second phase of Dune, which is necessary to achieve the full Dune physics scope, and which also offers opportunities that we're really excited about to expand the physics scope beyond what was initially envisioned in the last SNOMAS P5 process. There's significant synergies with other frontiers, particularly in detector, accelerator, and computing development. Community engagement is critical for our success, and early career scientists are at the heart of everything we do. So tomorrow we have a general meeting in the morning, and one of the things we'll do in that meeting is to set the context for future plans. We'll hear brief summaries of the major ongoing US initiatives. There's a vibrant ongoing neutrino program that won't get a lot of focus at this meeting since we're focused on the future, but we will hear about that stuff tomorrow. So we'll start off with a frontier business and logistics type of session and feedback, and then we'll have talks on the current program. A speaker from SBN, the picture here is an event display from Icarus. So this is a real new interaction in Icarus. A speaker from telling us about NOVA, which is making long baseline oscillation measurements. And this is a plot of their latest result of sine squared theta 2.3 versus delta CP. So they have this sort of allowed region. And then somebody who has the very hard job of explaining all the different low energy neutrino stuff that's going on in the field. And sort of as an example of that, I've shown here the prospect data comparison to prediction. And this is in bends of distance from the reactor. And so you can see that, there's not any evidence for oscillations there. It's fitting very well with the no oscillation model. Oh, I should also say that we'll have an hour talking about Dune. We'll have a report from CD1RR from one of the Dune spokes. I think Gina will not mind if I say that I heard that went very well and that we're on track. So that's the spoiler for Gina's talk tomorrow. And then a sort of general Dune overview, and then we'll have some open discussion in the town hall. A word on nuclear physics. Some core aspects of the neutrino frontier science drivers are traditionally outside the scope of particle physics. So as an example, neutrinoless double beta decay is being stewarded by the DOE Office of Nuclear Physics, and they're planning ton scale experiments. But from a scientific perspective, we feel it's important to consider all aspects of neutrino physics together. So things that have traditionally been considered part of nuclear physics are included in our sessions and reports, and these are the parallel sessions that we'll have on these kinds of topics. There's one session that has a little bit of a scheduling snafu. I apologize for that. One out of so many is not so bad, but I do apologize to people who are interested in this one. Keep an eye on Indico. It's probably going to be updated. Physics beyond the standard model. Of course, neutrino mass is already behind the standard model, but other BSM physics is emerging as a major focus of the neutrino frontier, thanks to some anomalous measurements, these very large sensitive detectors that we have to build, and creative theorists. So there's a lot of activity in our sessions on BSM physics. Astrophysics and cosmology is another big topic. Studying neutrinos allows us to learn about a wide range of environments. And because they interact so weakly, we can find out what's going on inside of things in a way that we wouldn't be able to with any other messengers. So things like stellar fusion processes, supernova explosions, nuclear synthesis, the origin of the highest energy particles ever observed, all of these we can get information about from neutrinos. And then conversely, cosmology is sensitive to a number of things about the particle physics, the number of neutrinos, the sum of their masses, potential new interactions. So we have a number of sessions addressing this. I should probably also say I'm only listing neutrino frontier and sort of officially neutrino frontier cross frontier sessions. I'm sure neutrinos will show up in cosmic frontier sessions that I didn't include on these slides. So Dune. Dune will address many of the outstanding questions in neutrino physics by precisely measuring the parameters governing long baseline neutrino oscillation in a single experiment. It has a broad physics program beyond three-flavor oscillation physics, including multi-messenger astronomy and astrophysics, and searches for a wide variety of BSM signatures and precision standard model measurements. So as an example of the precision oscillation physics that will be done, this is a sensitivity plot from Dune. This is sine squared 2 theta 1 3 versus the CP violating phase delta CP. And the curves here are 90% confidence level measurements that we'll be able to make with increasing Dune exposures. The yellow blob here is the world best fit as of a few years ago. So Dune will be built in two phases. Phase 1 consists of 2 far detector modules, a 1.2 megawatt beam from Fermilab, and a minimal near detector. And with this, Dune will be able to do a mass ordering measurement, an early measurement of delta, and other oscillation parameters. So this plot here is the sensitivity to detect CP violation, which means to measure that delta is not equal to 0 or pi, as a function of exposure in years for some staging scenarios. And so the green curve here is phase 1 if we never did anything else. And you can sort of think of this plot as a proxy for sensitivity in general. So then phase 2 doubles the far detector mass, doubles the beam power, and upgrades the near detector so that we can handle systematics in a way that allow us to take advantage of that increased statistics. And that's really necessary for the precision measurement goals. And there's also potential, as I mentioned, to expand the physics scope as part of these upgrades. So this phase 2, which is shown in the red curve here in this sensitivity proxy plot, is a focus of the neutrino frontier in SNOMAS. And so we have a number of sessions about Dune, including many focused on what we can do in phase 2. All right, over the past decade, there's been an explosion of new techniques and technologies for producing and observing neutrinos, which is not the easiest thing to do given their cross sections. These technological developments will likely impact other fields directly, and there are particularly strong synergies with dark matter that people are excited about exploring. Developments in accelerators and underground facilities are other areas with significant cross-frontier synergies. And there's so much of this that it broke my slide format, and I had to put all of these on the next slide. Community engagement. So discourse with other scientific disciplines, a diverse and welcoming environment within HEP, and education and outreach all facilitate the kinds of collaborations that are necessary for success, I think across the whole field, but maybe especially in the neutrino frontier because we have so many of these connections. And we believe that a cohesive HEP-wide strategy, particularly to address issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, is critical. We have 4 sessions coming up this week that are presentations by early career members of our community. Most of our parallel sessions are focused on strategic planning. We didn't want to try to reproduce another neutrino conference here. And so these early career presentations represent the only opportunity for contributed neutrino frontier physics talks. Thanks to Jacob Zettelmeyer, who led this effort, and to all the early career members who have curated abstracts and will be chairing the sessions and will be presenting in the session. So if you want real nitty-gritty physics talks, go to see these guys. All right, we have these afternoon plenaries like all the other frontiers. So on Friday, we have the Neutrino Frontier Colloquia, where we'll talk about the big picture neutrino science. The oscillation physics, 3-flavor and beyond, will be given by Marc Messier. Beyond the standard model physics at neutrino experiments will be Andre de Gouvier, and neutrinos and astrophysics will be Kate Schulberg. So this is where to get sort of the big picture of the science that we're excited about. Then actually earlier in the week, we have the semi-plenary, which is Neutrino Frontier Connections, Progress, and Plans. So the first half of this are talks on physics topics where there's particularly strong connections across frontiers or to nuclear physics. So we'll hear about neutrinos double beta decay and neutrino mass from Joe Formaggio, neutrino interactions from Kendall Mon, and beams and instrumentation from Josh Klein. The second half of this session is called projects and plans. And so this is mostly a panel discussion. We'll start off with an overview of neutrino frontier projects from Joe Licken, but then the majority of this will be a panel discussion with frequently asked questions about our big projects and about projects in the frontier in general. And we'll have a very distinguished panel, including one of the Dunes folks, and the Fermilab director will participate there. So that should be really interesting. All right, so we are supposed to tell people how to get more information and how to offer input. So we had this Neutrino Frontier Colloquium series in the spring in April and May, and I think that this provides an excellent summary of the physics of and with neutrinos that goes into a little bit more detail than we'll be able to in the plenary session. The recordings are available online and very well worth your time if you want to learn more about neutrino physics. So these are all links that take you, the Indico, if you go in the minutes, there's recordings. The Neutrino Frontier Town Hall tomorrow will be an open mic. We have nothing planned for that hour other than just hearing what people have to say. So anyone from any frontier is welcome to share questions, comments, concerns, suggestions, words of wisdom, good jokes about neutrinos, whatever you want to tell us, please come and do that. And then the Neutrino Frontier Report exists in various forms. We have a draft executive summary. This is where we focused most of our sort of work on defining the message. So this is available online at this link, and there's a feedback spreadsheet. So if you have comments, you can enter them there. We have a work in progress draft of the full Neutrino Frontier Report. That is not posted at this link yet, but it will be probably in a couple of days. We're working on that. And the drafts of the topical group reports have been available for several months now, and we've had several rounds of feedback within the Frontier. Those are all at this link. And again, there's a feedback spreadsheet where you can let people know if you have comments about those drafts. All right, just a few remarks. First of all, huge thank you to all the topical group conveners, Frontier liaisons, early career participants and liaisons, the local organizers of this meeting, and really everyone who's put in a lot of work to prepare for this meeting. We have, as I just told you, a very full slate of Neutrino Frontier organized sessions, but we're really looking forward to attending the other Frontier sessions and finding out what y'all have all been up to. And we encourage the Neutrino Frontier folk to do that as much as possible. And conversely, the sessions we've planned are generally not overly technical, and we welcome attendance, input, and discussion from everyone. So please feel free to come to any of these sessions that interest you. We're excited about the physics of neutrinos and the many connections that we've identified to other areas of particle physics and the larger scientific community. And we're looking forward to spending this time together to develop a common message. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And all the speakers are doing great, just as incentive for future speakers. And we're going to take a break from work plans. And we're going to hear about the early career vision from Julia Gonski from Columbia. And hopefully we'll get the slides up as quickly as we can.
I'll make sure I have the same, don't have the same problems before. Okay, very good. Okay, great. So thank you for the quick introduction. My name is Julia Gonski. I'm a postdoc at Columbia University. I'm also the early career member of the DPF Executive Committee, and it's in that capacity that I will be giving a quick update on the Snowmass Early Career Organization, the highlights of what we've been working on over the past couple of years, and our plans for the community summer study this week. So usually when I start talking about Snowmass Early Career, I give a really quick motivation as to why we're doing Snowmass. I'm going to skip that because of course you're all here listening to me, but there is one point that I want to make up front that will motivate everything else that I'm going to say about early career organizing in this process, which is to highlight this quote, which is from the Snowmass Quickie, and in particular the very last part of this, that we're trying to develop a strategic plan for US high energy physics and particle astrophysics that can be executed over a 10-year timescale in the context of a 20-year global vision. And those numbers, I think, are really important because it reminds us that it's crucial to have the early career community involved in this entire process, the physics input, the decision-making, the execution. The number one priority, before I get too deep into the organizational aspects of this, is the physics side. Of course, if there's going to be some new future experiment, we need to have buy-in from the early career community. So we need to do a good job collecting the ideas from those people, making sure that they're involved in the physics studies, they're involved in the physics conversations, and attending the right physics sessions and engage in the white papers, but also to educate the next generation. So it's kind of a back and forth between the senior and the more junior aspects of the community. For those of you that have built one of these existing huge international experiments, we need to know what you know in order to get this done for next time. So that's also an important element of the physics process. But in addition, I think that one of the coolest things that's come out of early career engagement in SNOMAS and in HEP in general is the spotlighting of issues that are of particular interest to the early career community. This is a population that's really interested in making sure the community is functioning well and that it's equitable. And I think there's a nice opportunity to have an active discussion of issues and topics that are relevant to the early career community and build our community accordingly to be hospitable and ready to be furthered by the next generation of physicists. So with that motivation in mind, I'll give the overview of the SNOMAS Early Career Organization. We are a group of early career physicists that were brought together, feels like many years ago by now in the beginning of the SNOMAS process. In previous SNOMAS iterations, this was called SNOMAS Young. We have matured to SNOMAS Early Career in that time. The original call for early career interest in being a part of this process was in April 2020. There was a huge amount of feedback from early career people wanting to step into that. Hundreds of names came up. And then the organization I'm about to describe kind of came up organically from that group of people based on what was of interest to the early career people. The definition of early career that we will use is approximately 10 years from the highest degree guideline. So that keeps it generic to PhD holding scientists or engineers, technicians, various degrees of education. This is a really rough guideline. We are not trying to exclude anybody from being considered an early career scientist, but it does help to put a little bit of context to the types of physicists that we are referring to. And I mentioned this organic structure that came up and was driven by the earlier DPF executive committee members, that there are now two arms of the SNOMAS Early Career Organization. There's the SNOMAS coordination side, which really pertains to the early career liaisons for each frontier. I think almost all of the frontiers that we've heard from so far have mentioned their early career liaisons, which is fantastic. And I'm really glad that that was a structure that worked well. Then there's also this core initiatives aspect of early career organization that is kind of tangential to the SNOMAS process and pertains more to these community types of issues that I was referring to. And that's what we may have some continuity on after the SNOMAS process ends. So very quickly to give the highlights of those two arms, the early career coordination originally started with a structure of about 1 to 2 early career liaisons for each frontier. Sometimes those have rotated or there's been a bit of a sinusoid in participation there, but we've tried to keep some consistent contact with early career folks and the frontiers across the process. General kinds of roles would be to engage with early career people in each frontier, make sure they're involved in the submission of LOIs, the writing of the white papers, the physics activities, but then also to liaise with the frontier leadership to disseminate relevant information to the early career people in the community. And I want to point out the SNOMAS Early Career community also maintained a list of LOIs that were submitted or had contributions from early career scientists in the very beginning. There's at least 150 in that spreadsheet. I think that must be a gross underestimate because this was just something that you could submit to as you were submitting the LOIs. But I just want to highlight that amount of early career leadership that's actually happening in the LOI process and continues to happen through the development of the final product here. Then the core initiatives, Joel mentioned all 4 of these up front in this morning session: survey, diversity, equity, and inclusion, InReach, and the long-term organization. The purpose of these were to connect people from different kinds of physics on these issues that are of relevance to everyone in the community. Also to organize and advertise resources. So I know the DEI group, for example, had organized some recommendations on how to select frontiers for future SNOMAS processes and make sure that the aspects of the development of this organization that can serve early career physicists are being highlighted. And then finally, the long-term organization aspect is one of the key things that I'll mention a couple more times in this talk, which is to segue this existing structure and enthusiasm into some longer-term cross-subfield structure for early career physicists to continue to work together on things like this. And it had come up in the very beginning of this idea that we wanted to be prepared for the next SNOMAS process, so looking quite far down the line, but not having to do this complete restructuring and creation of organization from scratch like we did in 2021. So a couple highlights from the work of the core initiatives throughout this process. The survey was dispatched to everyone, early career and senior scientists alike, collecting opinions on a variety of different issues, careers, physics, workplace culture, COVID. There's a nice bit of press here from the Fermilab News if you want to take a look. The synthesized results of this will be discussed in the SEC plenary. That will be Sunday. I'll give more details on that in a couple more slides. DEI, I already mentioned the recommendations that were put together by SEC for the organization and selecting of people to serve in leadership roles in Snowmass. There were also these DEI town halls that happened in collaboration with Community Engagement Frontier, just giving a couple examples of some of those that happened in 2021. The main activity of the InReach aspect of the core initiatives was this Big Questions colloquium series, which really was fantastic and took off, I think, really remarkably, trying to tackle topics that were maybe centered around each of the frontiers or centered on the objectives of the Snowmass process. I've given a couple examples of these also on the slide. There's a whole YouTube channel where many of these have been recorded and are uploaded if you want to look back, and that's been pretty consistent for nearly a year and a half now of hosting these. And then finally, the LTO, there was an LOI submitted on the long-term organization and the Community Engagement Frontier. The white paper, I'm told, was submitted to the archive maybe yesterday, so I think it will be posted very shortly. So there's a complete fleshed out proposal for this. And then there's one of the aspects of this that we may be able to continue is this Big Questions colloquium series, maybe tweaking the topics or the speakers a bit to spotlight early career scientists. There's a nice example of this having happened in AAS with the HEAD seminar series. So that's one of the options that we're considering and that we'd like to get feedback on from all of you while you're here. So our work plan, nobody asked me to make a work plan, but I really like that structure. I like the idea of having some core objectives that we'd like to accomplish, given that we have this opportunity to be here in person or mostly in person in the same Zoom room. And so these are just 4 points that if we could achieve all of these things, I would say that it was very successful from an early career standpoint. One, I keep coming back to the fact that the first thing we should focus on is physics. So understanding the physics input from early career scientists, amplifying that so we know that whatever clever plan we come up with at the end of this, there will be people there to execute it and that they're interested in doing that. But also making sure that we're providing a good educational opportunity to any variety of students, postdocs, people who are newer to the field, who haven't had the decades of experience in constructing and building these plans. Facilitating also discussions on these community kinds of issues and also getting contributions from all elements of the community to making sure that these are being advanced and they're being discussed and that we are all committed to trying to address these issues. I'll give a couple examples of those that are also being highlighted in the early career schedule. Additionally, the long-term organization for early career scientists, I think would be a great thing to broach and collect input on in the summer study here. So collating really broad input from all the early career people that are in this room or on Zoom, but also from the senior side that may have input or ideas on this. And then finally, the social aspects of this, because it is maybe one of the first in-person opportunities we've had in a long time. I think networking is so important for early career people who are coming in here and maybe have not been seeing the same people for 10 years and 10 years in different Snowmass processes. So building working relationships, finding future colleagues, co-authors, and dare I say befriend, and getting to know people on just the social context. And I think those would be really advantageous to have also coming out of CSS. So our schedule that I hope was kind of in line with those 4 principles of the work plan. Even just in this morning's sessions, I've noticed a lot of really cool early career focused physics sessions or different networking sessions that are not even on this list. So I didn't have the time to update the slides, but this is just a very quick rundown. Tuesday evening, there'll be an early career networking event with industry partners. There will be an informal social event on Wednesday evening, about a 20-minute walk from campus. And then the lunch sessions on Thursday and Friday, I want to point out, Thursdays will be a conversation led by early career physicists on mental health, invisible disabilities, and neurodiversity, which would be great to get broad attendance at. And then Fridays, there's an early career panel organized in collaboration with community engagement. I've been told by the organizers that this is a proper panel discussion and not just speaking time for the panelists. So I think if you have any kind of questions or suggestions or thoughts, I think it'd be great to bring those to the Friday lunch session. And then the Snowmass Early Career Plenary, I have screenshot of the agenda. This will be Sunday from 2 to 3:30. There are a variety of talks here, a couple that are focused on the long-term organization aspect, and then the results of the Snowmass Early Career Survey. I think there's a lot of really good material in there that if you're interested in these kinds of issues or would like to participate, there will be good opportunity for discussion in that. So I'd encourage everyone to join. Then last, the long-term organization. I want to give a couple goals and a little bit more information about this, because again, this is one of the things that I'd really like to get broad input on from everyone in this room during the next week. So if we segue the existing structure towards a long-term organization that is sort of initialized by SNOMAS, but substantiated, maybe has rotating leadership, it survives over, potentially the next 10 years. I've mentioned already the LOI and the white paper. The goals would be to foster a general cross-subfield community, act as a representative group. So the kinds of things that I've been saying that we've already been trying to do for SNOMAS, but just in continuity. There's a potential for us to act as an advisory body to officially in APS or DPF in some capacity. I think that's up in the air, and again, would be very welcome to have more input on which direction we should go in terms of the home of such an organization, providing an early career structure to the future SNOMAS processes, and lots of networking opportunities, and continuing to make sure that everyone is engaged and connected. And I am a firm believer in everyone being engaged, leading to us doing better physics. So I think that there's a lot of really nice ideas that can come out of this. And the discussion on this will be held during the SEC plenary. So if you have thoughts on this, please join and make your voice heard. So with the conclusion that I think there's a very motivated early career community. Everyone has been also thanking the Frontier leadership and participants in the course of these talks. I would like to underline also that I think the early career people that have kicked this organization off have been very inspiring, really motivated to follow up on these issues, to make sure that this is an inclusive process and that we have a nice future laid out for us for the field. That's through the contacts with each frontier on the physics side, but also through these core initiatives that really just came up out of the vacuum. I think it's even more impressive when you consider that this didn't exist before SNOMAS, and the potential for a long-term organization to keep all that really nice momentum going. I also want to thank the organizers for this, for the whole community summer study that I know went out of their way to make sure that there were financial resources and that we were considering bringing early career people into this conversation, which is important to getting any of this done. I think there's also been an advertisement of APS membership while we're here. I just want to highlight that this is particularly a great resource for early career people, students and postdocs in the audience. The first year of membership is free for students. That's how I got into APS, and I think I've been on an APS committee ever since, so it's a really nice way to get involved. And last, I did just make a new Slack channel, CSS Early Career, for news, discussion, conversation, chatter, anything else, anything early career related. So please join that if you haven't already and you'd like to be part. Thanks.
Right, thank you, Julia. So the next speaker is Andy Langford for UC Irvine. He's running down the stairs. And his title was to be decided, but he's going to give us an overview of the experimental landscape of particle physics today.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's see where my subtitles go. All right, I couldn't think of a better title for the talk, so I left it as the experimental landscape. I'm going to give you a whirlwind tour of the current program. I'll explain why. I'm glad to be here, but let me first thank all my colleagues who kindly provided me with material for my presentation, and especially to the program managers at DOE and NSF. Oops, wrong way. Okay. Here's my outline. You know that P5 will be charged to develop a strategic plan for the US particle physics for the future. The starting point for the future, of course, is the present program. So the outline of my presentation is to make some general comments about the program. Then the body of my talk will be an overview of the experimental program. I'm going to organize it according to the 2014 P5 science drivers. Then I'll make some closing remarks. And what I'd like to accomplish in this presentation is to convey the diversity, the richness, the balance of the current experimental program, its broad science scope, covering the great range of different but interrelated topics, experiments with a diversity of sizes from the small to the mega projects, that it's part of a global program of collaborative international efforts and shared facilities, and that while P5 prioritizes projects, it does so in the context of the science drivers and of the program as a whole. It puts together an entire program. And recall that what P5 stands for is Particle Physics Project Prioritization Panel. So one of the messages, maybe the central message of the 2014 P5 was that particle physics is global. And so our current program is guided by this 2014 P5 report, Building for Discovery. This report said that we should pursue the most important opportunities wherever they are and host unique world-class facilities that engage the global scientific community. The reason why it said that is because, as you'll see, you go through this snowmass exercise and you learn what's going on and all the different frontiers, you'll see there's a vast number of questions. And then if you were to sit down as a member of P5, you'd see that we don't have the resources to address all those questions. So the idea is together that the United States and major players in other regions can together address the full breadth of the field's most urgent questions. If each hosts a unique world-class facility at home, and partners in high priority facilities hosted elsewhere. And because of this, the US experimental program depends upon reliable partnerships. We've already seen P5 science drivers a number of times this morning. What P5 did was it distilled the number, I think Joel called it 11 different questions developed by Snowmass last time. Actually, each of those questions had sub-questions, and the total number was an order of 30. From all those questions, P5 distilled them down to these 5 science drivers, and then used these drivers to help motivate a program for the next 10 years within this 20-year vision. So I'm not going to run back over these drivers since we've already been over them, and you're going to see them unfold in my talk. But P5 emphasized that these 5 science drivers are intertwined. For example, think about the synergy between precision physics and direct production of new particles. Or think about the insights that cosmic surveys shed on neutrino properties. Given the science drivers, P5 then identified the highest priority projects for a balanced program that addresses these science drivers in constrained budget scenarios. Now, I don't have time to cover much in this talk, so I'm unable to cover these foundations of the experimental program. But the experimental program is built upon the foundations of other critical research activities: theory, technology R&D, both in the accelerator area and in the detector area, on software and computing, which includes these days artificial intelligence and machine learning. Also these days, DOE and NSF support theoretical and experimental quantum information science research as part of the program. The experimental program and its foundation cannot exist without its expert science and technology workforce as well. As I said, it's unfortunate that I don't have time to go over all these things, but we'll see them all here at Snowmass. So to the drivers. One of the drivers is to use the Higgs boson as a new tool for discovery. The LHC and HLHC are the only means to produce and characterize the Higgs for the next decade or longer. Precision measurements of Higgs properties can be made there, leading to measurements at the level of a few percent, and we can look for deviations at that level. In addition, there'll be access to rare processes like H-mu. So here, just as a symbolic representation of Atlas Higgs measurements with the existing data set. And these will, of course, improve as the data set increases. Then the ILC, the FCC, or any other Higgs factory in the future would eventually allow measurements of higher precision, and complemented by a very high energy proton-proton collider, which could be the FCHH or some other, would allow other improved measurements, particularly Higgs self-coupling. So this is sort of the view of the last P5. We have to evolve this view to prepare for the next P5. So the US, the LHC, and the HLLHC. You must realize that the LHC has been one of the largest investments of the US in high energy physics ever. There was significant investment into the construction of the LHC accelerator by DOE, into both Atlas and CMS by both DOE and NSF, to LHCb by the NSF, as well as some from DOE nuclear physics, and then the ALICE detector, funded by DOE nuclear physics. The US is the single largest collaborating nation on both Atlas and CMS. It makes up about 19% of Atlas and about 27% of CMS. And the US also plays leading roles on LHCb, where there's 6 US institutions participating. And one must not lose sight of the LHC Detectors Operations Program. It's funded by both DOE and SF. It supports the maintenance and operations of the experiments, the US contributions, also the software and computing for the experiments. And it's been spearheading the HL-LHC software and computing planning and R&D. I want to say a few words about the LHC and HL-LHC upgrades. Of course, the last P5 had a recommendation on that. It said, following the recommendation, that the LHC upgrades constitute our highest priority near term, it says under that. So phase 1 upgrades were installed during this recently completed long shutdown 2, and they're now involved in run 3 that started just a week ago. Now, of course, the US investments continuing for the HL-LHC upgrades for run 4. And for that, there again is an accelerator investment in the HL-LHC accelerator upgrade project. That project officially commenced construction at CD3, December of 2020. It'll be rebaselined this year for the impacts of COVID and the change in the overall LHC schedule, in particular for long shutdown 3. Then there's the DOE and NSF supporting the HL-LHC, sometimes called phase 2 upgrades of both Atlas and CMS. Again, a substantial NSF investment. The MREFC started in funding started in February 2020. That's like the construction start on the NSF side. And then the baselining on the DOE side for Atlas and CMS will occur this fall, but both experiments have already received early construction start funding as well. So this outlines the schedule for the HL-LHC, starting with this long shutdown 3 when things will be, upgrades will be installed, and then going on for run 4, run 5, and then on up to early 2040s. And you can see here the peak luminosity jumping up in 2 stages through that period. And this is the increased integrated luminosity. It leads to something of the order of 7 times the integrated luminosity that will be there at the end of run 3, which is, let's say, twice what it is currently. Now, LHCb is also undergoing upgrades in 2 stages, although the timing's a little bit different. Their first upgrade is installed in LS2 as the phase 1s for the others, but their second one will be not in LS3, but in LS4. I'll show you transparency on that. And I just want to mention in passing that the European Strategy for Particle Physics update highlighted flavor physics at the LHC and HL-LHC. This is the HL-LHC accelerator upgrade project. On this transparency, you see all the different upgrades taking place in the machine, and highlighted are the DOE contribution to the niobium 310 superconducting quadrupoles for the interaction points, and the superconducting crab cavities also for the interaction points. Here's the CMS HL-LHC upgrade. And I obviously not going to go through all the detail on this, but just look at the scope of this upgrade on nearly everything. And then in the red boxes are the US contributions on nearly everything. Same story on Atlas. Here for LHCb, showing both upgrades 1 and 2, this is this figure here shows the vast number of upgrades that were in upgrade 1 and are there for run 3, mostly there for run 3. The US contributions there were to the GPU trigger application and triggers for inclusive heavy flavor and for the dark sector. And here's a photo of the upstream tracking detector where US was involved, leadership role there. There is a upgrade 1B, which involves some low momentum tracker stations inside the magnet there. And then for upgrade 2, which would be here for this, out here of LS4 for the last 2 runs of HL-LHC, a new vertex detector, 4D vertex detector, and a 5D calorimeter. And this is where US R&D is taking place. Now, there's been planning for the future beyond HLLHC, and I wanted to mention here this. There was some guidance included in the 2014 P5 plan. It advocated supporting development and realization of the ILC, focusing there. The investment's been focused on the SRF R&D, both for high gradient and high Q. And it also talked about R&D towards a very high energy PP collider and pointed towards work on the next generation high field dipoles, which has been organized in a new program called the US Magnet Development Program. So advancing colliders of the proposed size, scale, and complexity requires intergovernmental discussion and global coordination. So there's been a concerted US government interagency effort during the last 5 or 6 years to support moving forwards with a proposed ILC in Japan and to collaborate with CERN on a proposed FCC on both of those. DOE coordinates with the ILC International Development Team to prepare ILC for its pre-lab phase, and DOE plans to participate in any future intergovernmental discussion with Japan and global partners, and to participate in the international R&D program that Hitoshi Murayama mentioned this morning that may be initiated. In 2020, DOE signed an FCC agreement to continue R&D and participate in the FCC feasibility study. Now, I want to note that current efforts for ILC and or FCC focus primarily on accelerator R&D. However, DOE grants for the LHC experiments may apply up to 25% of their funds for development and physics studies for experiments for future colliders. And of course, there are other collider concepts being considered now during the SNOMAS P5 process. And these concepts in the SNOMAS discussions will guide future US R&D investments on this front. Moving on to another driver is pursue the physics associated with neutrino mass. And here P5 said, in collaboration with international partners, develop a coherent short baseline and long baseline neutrino program hosted at Fermilab. And there's a lot of activity, as Elizabeth already said, on the neutrino frontier, as it's called. Excuse me. There are a number of experiments working abroad. There's a little bit of color coding here. Blue, as far as I know, is supported only by DOE. Green is, as far as I know, only supported by NSF. And purple, I know, is supported by both. So here's experiments where the US is working abroad. Here's the program now at Fermilab on short baseline, Minerva, Microboon, Icarus, and on the long baseline, Nova. And the future there moves to, on the short baseline, the SBN short baseline neutrinos is SBND, near detector, and Icarus, and a long baseline, Elbia and FDUM. And then there are these other experiments here in the US at other labs of various sorts having to do with neutrinos. So the short baseline neutrino program suggested by P5 had two principal goals: to resolve the experimental anomalies in the major neutrino spectrum, including the search for sterile neutrinos, and secondly, to demonstrate the liquid argon TPC detector technology that DUM will be using. There are 3 detectors in this program. There's Microboon, whose physics running is complete. It's published its first results on about 1/2 its data set, and you can see some of those down here. This is a summary of results on electron neutrino appearance. Altogether, at this point, Microboon's produced 47 papers, and about half of them are in physics and about half of them in R&D paper, matching these 2 principal goals of this program. Icarus was brought from Gran Sasso, went via CERN for refurbishment, and is now operating at Fermilab. And SBND, the short baseline near detector, is under construction. This sketch here, what you see is the neutrino beam for the short baseline. SBND is off here to the right and not shown. Here's where Microboon is sitting. This is where Miniboon is located, and finding it longer, but still on a short baseline, the Icarus detector. Here in a nutshell is the long baseline neutrino program, the long baseline neutrino facility in the deep underground neutrino experiment. Here you know that Fermilab produces protons that hit a target, makes neutrinos that go underground to a detector in the Stanford Underground Research Facility. LBNF Dune, although it wasn't called LBNF Dune by P5, was identified as the highest priority large project in its time frame. It's become the centerpiece of a US-hosted international neutrino program, now consists of more than 1,100 collaborators from nearly 200 institutes in 32 different countries. And this international science facility hosted in the US has gotten a strong support within the US government. Another important component for the neutrino programs, the Proton Improvement Plan 2. It's a 1.2 megawatt proton beam on target. The beam will be ready when LBNF is ready. It's also an upgradable facility. It's going to support the research goals beyond the neutrino program by providing increased beam power and high reliability to future Fermilab experiments. It is also being built with international partners, quite significant international participation in this project from India, Italy, the UK, France, and Poland. And here's conceptually what this looks like with the superconducting RF accelerator gallery there. The ultimate goal for the proton complex at Fermilab is to have more than 2 megawatts on target with a booster upgrade to follow PIP2. Another driver was to identify the new physics of dark matter. Here, P5 said it is imperative to search for dark matter along every feasible avenue. And there are 4 complementary experimental approaches that each provide essential clues: direct detection, indirect detection, observation of large-scale astrophysical effects, and dark matter production accelerators. And I'll just say 2 words about each. For indirect detection, the research continues now in our program with Fermilat and AMS. The Hawk experiment sensitive to very heavy dark matter particles. DOE has no new initiatives in indirect detection planned at this point. This is just an icon of showing rotational curves that remind us that large-scale astrophysical effects can give us insights into dark matter, and I'll say more about that in a little bit later. Direct detection searches for dark matter is one of these avenues, and P5 recommended a 2nd-generation dark matter program with 3 well, it suggested the program outside of P5, NSF and DOE work together to define the program, and it consists of 3 complementary experiments. There's the ADMX Axion search here at University of Washington. Here is a plot with its latest results. The reds are earlier results from as early as 2017. The green's the newest ones. You see how the sensitivity here pushes into a new region and beyond that of pre-existing data. The LC detector is located at SURF, where Dune will be located. It's a WIMP search using liquid xenon. It had its first results this year. These were already flashed here. I think it was by Hitoshi. But you see them pushing the limits down beyond previous experiments already at the beginning of their run. And then the third one is the Super CDMS Snow Lab. I'm sorry, it's hidden under there. It's a DOE NSF physics partnership. It's again a WIMP search, but uses silicon germanium detectors. It's located at Snow Lab in Canada. Its fabrication should complete by the end of this year, and it will be operating in 2024. And in addition to these larger experiments, NSF supports numerous other direct detection searches, which I've listed here. Some of these are participation in large experiments, and some of them are small experiments. The 2014 P5 also recommended 1 or more 3rd-generation experiments. So one of the lines of investigation is at accelerators. The dark matter production can occur at particle colliders. There are many dark matter searches at the LHC in both ATLAS and CMS, and also LHCb. There's a new experiment, phaser, in the forward direction near ATLAS. That's what's shown here. There's a wide variety of signatures, different searches at the LHC, and we just categorize these as one's invisible signatures, such as the traditional mono Z signal or things like that, or visible signatures where there's some dark mediator going to some signal like digest. And of course, there are the searches in the SUSY context as well. And this is a program that will continue at the HLLHC. And in passing, I also want to comment that Babar and Bell have been publishing results on dark matter searches. You can also do dark matter production in intense particle beams. A lot of thought going into that now, but these early experiments is the heavy photon search at JLab, and it was preceded by APEX. And more recently at Los Alamos, there's the coherent Captain Mills experiment, or CCM-10 was the first generation, looking in a neutron beam. This experiment also is used in neutrino studies. Now, as there was on the frontier, on the energy frontier, there are, on the cosmic frontier, there's effort going into new concepts. And the new concepts are under study in the context of the dark matter new initiatives. So for instance, here are two of these, CCM in a 200 version, or LDMX. So as I said, this planning has been going on for a while there. There was an important workshop in 2017 that looked beyond WIMP dark matter and axion dark matter, many other sorts that could be investigated. And then recently, this dark matter new initiatives, it ended up funding development of 6 small project concepts, 4 that are cosmic frontier projects and 2 on the intensity frontier. That's those 2, I believe. Another driver is to understand cosmic acceleration, dark energy and inflation. First on dark energy on this slide, they're complementary imaging and spectroscopic surveys. We're transitioning from stage 3, which consisted of EBOS, which has now published its final results, and the dark energy survey, where that survey is complete now. The data processing from the vast data set is nearing completion, and the studies will go on for quite some while. We're transitioning to stage 4. Stage 4 consists of DAISY, the dark energy spectroscopic instrument. Its data taking started in 2021. Unfortunately, it's been interrupted recently by a fire. Here we see its focal plane and the Mayo telescope on which it sits. Now, we also have the Vera C. Rubin Observatory for stage 4, which now does the legacy survey of space and time, which captures the old acronym LSST. The LSST CAM was a DOE project, was completed in 2021, and it moves to Chile in 2023. It's both a DOE and NSF funded project. The Dark Energy Science Collaboration has been formed and is planning the science on it, and the data taking there should start in late 2024. Another component is to study inflation, is the cosmic wave background. Here is the stage 3 South Pole telescope. It is taking data now, again, a DOE-NSF partnership. It had its first science results symbolically represented here in 2021. And now one's planning for the next generation, that's CMBS-4. It was recommended by both the 2014 P5 and ASTRO 2020 as a DOE-NSF partnership. CMBS-4 had a concept definition task force report in 2017 and received its DOE mission need, CD0, in 2019. Unfortunately, one learned just earlier this year that as is currently being designed, CMBS-4 exceeds the infrastructure that can be supported at the South Pole. It's going to have to be shrunk some. And P5 actually suggested international collaboration and coordination on this stage. And then finally, there's a new, very new initiative, Lucy Night. It's with NASA. Lucy Night's a Pathfinder mission to look at the dark ages signal on the lunar far side. Its funding started in FY22 and for launch in 2025. And it's going to measure the low frequency radio sky sensitive to the 21 centimeter emission from hydrogen at very high redshifts, greater than 30. The last driver, not the least important, P5 did not prioritize these science drivers, is explore the unknown, new particles, interactions, and gosh, Steve, what's hiding under there starting with a P? Physical principles, thank you. Some approaches to exploring the non-outlined by P5 were high energy colliders, the done direct searches, precision physics and rare processes, a number of those, and you can see the experiments in our program that are looking at those. And here are a couple that weren't explicitly mentioned in P5, looking at time reversal invariance, searches for monopoles. It also mentioned cosmic particles, where we see a large number of experiments, many funded by NSF. That's the green, remember. And remember the synergy between looking at these cosmic particles in the NSF program and multi-messenger astronomy. And one can also look for new low mass particles. For instance, hadron spectroscopy, where LHCb has been outstanding of late. At the high energy colliders, one searches directly, and here what you just see is the latest results for ATLAS heavy particle searches. The limits you can see exceed 1 TeV, and some of them exceed 10 TeV. And those, again, that's just with the existing data set. The HL-LHC have up to 40% larger discovery reach. One also explores the unknown with precision measurements. And here are some of the major experiments there. We collaborate with Japan on K-meson, heavy quark, and tau lepton precision studies with the Kodo experiment in Bell 2. There's LHCb at the LHC, who does numerous precision studies. And here you actually see a plot here that shows the synergy between LHC direct searches for electroquarks and the B physics anomalies, where this sort of diagonal pie-shaped thing is the region favored by those anomalies if they're caused by electroquarks. And there's the Fermilab muon program. Their muon G-2 experiment has published its results from its first year of running. It now has 19 times the data set of its BNL predecessor from 5 years of running, and that's under analysis. The MUDE experiment is still under construction. That started in 2016. It needs a read baseline for recent impacts that will take place this year, and it's targeted to start its run in 2026. I'll just go past that because I'm running out of time and close now. So the US particle physics program has been guided over these last years by the strategic plan put together in the 2014 P5 report. It's time for an upgrade because the 10 years of that is sunsetting. The plan was motivated by 5 intertwined science drivers. What are some of the characteristics of that plan? It's science-driven, it's broad, it covers a great range of different but interrelated questions. It's a balanced program. It's not a strict prioritization. P5 did not strictly prioritize projects. It chose ones that fit into a balanced portfolio under each of budget scenario it was given. And finally, it's part of a global program of international collaborations and shared facilities. The 2023 P5 plan will build upon today's experimental program that I've given you this tour of, and it'll build upon the projects that will soon complete. The Snowmass Community Summer Study that we're involved in now is going to provide the new information upon which the 2023 P5 strategic plan will be built. So let's assemble a plan that shares the strong characteristics of the 2014 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we're back to the work plans. The next speaker is Bob Bernstein from Fermilab, and he's going to tell us about the rare processes and precision measurements frontier plans.
Or you can just talk a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, can everybody hear me? Okay, cool. All right, hi, everybody, thanks. I'm going to be talking about the rare and precision frontier, the status and our goals. The three co-conveners are me, Marina Artuso at Syracuse, and Lexi Petrov at Wayne State. So let's see, does that work? It's not advancing. There we go. Okay, so what's the rare and precision frontier about? It's about the origin of flavor, about generations and a mass hierarchy. Why are there flavors? Why are there generations? We really don't have a good answer to that. It's about the physics of the dark sector that's available at high intensity machines. These are well-motivated and powerful timely probes. You've heard a lot about them today. We're about the origin of fundamental symmetries and their breakdown mechanisms, baryon and lepton number violation, electric dipole moments in CP, fundamental symmetry tests. And we're also about hadron spectroscopy to understand QCD better. We're also about the theory that enables and guides these experiments, especially for us, effective field theories in the lattice. Experimentally, there's a big landscape. We generally use precise measurements and/or rare processes to search for new physics, like muon G-2, like CKM tests, like the B anomalies, like EDMs, like CP violation. And I don't want anybody to take any specific entry in this table literally, but what I want you to see is that we tried to categorize a bunch of internal drivers and the experimental landscape that we're dealing with, and we're looking at over the next couple of decades. And you see it's really big and really broad, and that everything connects with everything else. And that makes it a little bit difficult. We're so broad and we're so general, and we touch so many things, it makes it a little diffuse. So we talked among ourselves, and we really thought, if there's one thing that's not getting across, is that we think the physics of flavor and generation, to the extent that we have a unifying theme, is the unifying theme of our frontier. We actually think that should be a new P5 driver. Okay, why are there generations? Why 3? Why not 11 or 17? We haven't understood this since the discovery of the muon. So it's not like it's an unimportant question. What the origin of flavor is, it's a common theme across much of the frontier. Another thing is that much of our frontier is small and medium scale experiments, which I think everybody believes has to thrive in the US ecosystem. They're good for early career researchers, they're good for the frontier, they're good for all of particle physics. Okay, so that's sort of the speech. Major meetings, we have 2 major colloquia, one on Wednesday, which is simultaneous with the neutrinos. I realize some of this is covered up. Stefania Gori will talk about understanding dark matter and dark sectors. And then something which I'll talk about more later is that we realized that there was a lot of overlap between us and things going on in atomic, molecular, and optical physics. And so there'll be a roundtable about that. The second colloquium will be on Thursday. Phil will be talking about standard model precision tests and new physics and heavy flavor. And Vincenzo will be talking about the search for new physics, the questions we can address with leptons and quarks. And then on Tuesday, there'll be an overall report discussion. So anything you don't like about what I said, come and tell me then, or in the hallway. Come and tell us what you think should be in the report, but that's what that's for. So for the structure of this talk, rather than writing it myself, right, or ourselves, we went to the topical groups and said, okay, we want all of you to do 3 things. What are the major physics questions in your frontier, in your working group? What's your status and your plans for snowmass? And sort of what's your ask from P5, right? What do you want P5? What do you want from the DOE? Boil it down and give us a bullet point. So our plan for snowmass is for further community input at the meetings and to the draft white papers, and I'll point you to them. Leading to, like Tim said earlier about the cosmics, a frontier report after snowmass. How do you participate? Come to the meetings. I'm going to name some key meetings in the talk, but nobody can go to all of them. So I've included those that are especially recommended by the subconveners. There are links in the PDF to each of the topical group reports. Many of the people in this room have been involved in writing them, but the links are here. You can check where they are. Or you can contact the subconveners or the conveners. And the last page of this talk is an email list of all those conveners and subconveners. So the first topical group is weak decays at BNC, Angelo DeCanto and Stefan Meinel. I think everybody in the room knows about how rich and diverse this field is. Here's an update of the B anomalies at, I think, 5.3 sigma from this morning. There's promising hints of new physics from the V factories and LHC, in many, many different channels. The status and plans for snowmass. So here's the overleaf link. On Tuesday, there'll be a presentation and a discussion of the draft report. On Thursday, there'll be a cross-frontier session with the energy and theory frontier on the anomalies. And the ask for P5 is, we really want to point out flavor is crucial to our search for physics over the next 2 decades. And the next 10 to 20 years, we'll have a really exciting program across multiple machines. And we should pursue this. The US should not let this be a second-class subject that's, after we do everything else. We really think we should focus on this and aggressively pursue this physics and provide continued and stable support for the theory community. Strange and light quarks, Evgeny Goldovsky at Birmingham and Emily Passamar at Indiana. Precision measurements of Ks, hyperons, pions, etas, eta primes, CKM parameter and unitarity tests, lepton flavor number, lepton universality tests. This is where Kodo lives, right? And US is not big in Kodo. We're not big in NA62. Another thing we want to point out is that new physics in the B sector, implies new physics in the Ks or Ps, right? All these things motivate new searches in other sectors. So that's enough on that. Status and plans for snowmass. There's the overleaf link. There's a meeting Tuesday at 10 in the morning about the report. For P5, this is a real medium scale kind of thing, right? So the medium scale initiatives, many are centered in Europe and Asia. They're short time scales. They're ideal for early career physicists who are waiting a long time for machines to be built. One thing we thought was, we really should make up our mind about things like red top, which have been around since at least the last P5, and we ought to settle on what we're going to do there. Next group is fundamental physics and small experiments, Tom Bloom and Peter Winter. They're looking a lot at EDMs, CP violation. There's a really interesting opportunity, which we need to think about storage ring proton electric dipole moments, which could be built at Fermilab. The magnetic dipole moments is, of course, very interesting with G-2. And here I want to say a little bit more about the AMO HEP overlap in searches for fundamental symmetry violation. Really, this is new to snowmass for us. We share the physics. As we talk to these people, we share a lot of the physics. And we can't just blame other agencies for stovepiping. We have to look across funding boundaries in our own personal training and think about how do we do the best physics here. So status and plans, there's the overleaf link. Wednesday, there'll be a roundtable on this. Friday, there'll be a parallel session to discuss the storage rings. Aida will be talking about standard model predictions for the anomaly. And P5, think about storage ring EDMs, try to figure out a way to cross some of these funding boundaries, and think about that all of these need small scale experiments in the ecosystem. Baryon and lepton violating processes, Pavel Perez at Case Western and Andrea Pokar at UMass Amherst. So everybody knows that B&L violation is important for matter-antimatter asymmetry, proton decay, neutron-antineutron oscillations, and neutrinoless double beta decay. A lot of this is shared with neutrinos. These address the specific effective field theory for the standard model. Status and plans, there's the overleaf link. And as I said, there's a lot of overlap with the neutrino meetings. So there's the neutrinoless double beta decay meetings. There's a precision beta decay meeting, things like Pioneer Sunday morning, cross-frontier meeting on Wednesday morning. And for P5, the thing is we talk among ourselves is to start to break down the HEP-NP divisions for experiments like neutrinoless double beta decay and neutron-antineutron oscillations. It's the same intellectual problems, it's the same methods, it's a lot of the same people, and the separations are in the way of the physics, so we should think about how to do that. Charged lepton flavor violation, Sasha Davidson and Bertrand Eschenard. So the physics here, are interactions that don't conserve lepton family numbers in charged leptons. So they're very related to the neutrino and energy frontier searches. Plans for snowmass on Thursday, there'll be charged leptons in heavy states. Friday, so that we have a plan, which I'll talk about a little bit more later, for a staged developing muon facility at Fermilab to talk to look at charge lepton flavor violation and other muon processes. And I hope you come to that. I'm really excited about that. Sunday, we'll have a cross session with our neutrino friends and talk about those connections. Status and plans, there's the overleaf link. Please read it. And we are going to talk about this new program quite a bit. And we really think the next generation of these programs, this is an essential component for a global program. And we hope that P5 recommends the design of a new muon-based program with a submission of an actual program to the next P5. Dark sector at high intensity, Stefania Goria and Mike Williams. We talked about dark sectors a lot, so I'm not going to go into that in super detail. Intensity frontier experiments offer unique and unprecedented access. They organize their reports into big ideas. There are some of them. There's the overleaf link. And there'll be a presentation of the report Wednesday morning, a cross meeting with Energy on Wednesday, and an All Frontiers meeting on Tuesday. P5, milestones in the next decade to promote US leadership, to exploit the large multi-purpose detectors like Bell2 and LHCb, invest in fully funding the DMNI that Andy just talked about, and to extend it with a focus on visible dark sector decay signals. And they really want people to support theory efforts, especially those in collaboration with experiment. Our last working group is hadron spectroscopy, which is Rich Lebed and Tomasz Skornicki. This is really interesting stuff. I mean, we know about conventional QQR and QQQ combinations, but there are all there's just this multiplicity of states. Are they molecules? Are they diquarks? Are they tetraquarks, pentaquarks, hybrids? What are the dominant mechanisms for their structure? You're really trying to probe what the nature of QCD is, and can we actually calculate stuff? And new states are being discovered every year. So this is really interesting. And what do they want? There's the overleaf link. So they don't want their own machine, but what they want is research group funding for spectroscopy and relevant detector upgrades. The new thing they really want, and people have done this in other studies, is a sort of a cross-theory experiment consortium, okay, which has worked very well in a number of cases. And they could cross the high energy nuclear divide. So summary, there's a really frontier-wide strong consensus that the physics of flavor and generation should have greater emphasis in the US program with theory support. And we think there should be a new driver for us. The US needs to decide on a portfolio. There's 75 of these, if you look at the report, the accelerator dark matter experiments. So we need to boil that down to a set that are well-motivated, unique, and affordable. And our report will address that. A new muon program at Fermilab using PIP2 would, we're talking about anywhere from 250 kilowatts on up, would enable physics in flavor, charge lepton flavor violation, and lepton number violation. And finally, our frontier and our discipline needs small and medium scale experiments to be a thriving part of the US ecosystem. Okay, done. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Bob. So next, we're going to hear from the theory frontier, and it will be Shufang Su from the University of Arizona.
And forward. Okay, cool. Thanks, everyone. So I'm here to present the work plan for the theory frontier. And you might be wondering where's our big conveners who are Chapa, Nathaniel, and Aida. They are spending every last single second they have to finish the frontier report to ready for the discussion on Saturday. Okay, and if you also wonder what this logo is, because I did, when I first look at the slide that Chapa gave me, I said, hey, what is that thing? I only see the loop diagrams, which is the Feynman diagrams. And he said, you did not see it's a snow mass. And I was like, Huh, yes, it is snowmass, which is cool. So the credit goes to Fripp. He actually designed that for the snowmass, but end up it's not taken. So the Siri Frontier take it as our logo. Okay. So unlike the other work plan report, we always define like, hey, you know, what's our frontier is about? And then when I come to think, what is our Siri frontier about? Or ultimately, what is Siri about? I was like, you know, it's kind of like everywhere, and you know, goes from the beginning to the end. And then what is really Siri about? So a couple of days ago, when I'm here in the Ann Nelson, in the workshop in honor of Professor Ann Nelson at UW, and someone told me, Anne once said, Siri is about what is possible. And I think about it, it actually echoes with me a lot. I mean, Siri definitely is no lack of ideas, all the not from normal ones to the really weird ones. And we all, but not only just ideas, we also think about how to test them at experiments. And lots of us did all those bread and butter physics to make the comparison with the experiment results possible. We basically it goes all the way from the beginning to the end of all the experiments, when after the hard working of the experimentalists, when they finally present the results to us that theorists can handle, we think about how to interpret them, how to kill some of the ideas, or how to stimulate new ideas. So the theory is really kind of everywhere. So these are the three people who are still working. And we have 11 different frontiers, because really there are so many things to cover. And if you look at some of them are look very familiar, like I'm part of the collider phenomenology, which is relevant for the energy frontier. And there are also ones relevant to the neutrino frontier, the one that's relative to the Cosmo frontier. But if you look, and also lattice QCD, of course, part of us, very, very important, and the precision measurement QCD physics and things. But if you look at this, one thing which is, I think, unusual for this snowmass is we also include very formal theory, which typically are not part of snowmass. If you look at the previous few snowmass over there, all the formal theory, you probably won't see, you know, many of the string theorists over here, but this time we are glad that they actually joined the snowmass activity as well. We have the string theories, the black holes, and the, you know, CFTs and the formal QFTs over here. So I think this time, even the theory frontier, we've been quite inclusive and try to cover many different aspects of the theoretical studies. And yeah, we of course have new liaisons with the different frontier over here. Laura connect us with the energy frontiers, and Irina and Babu with the neutrino frontiers, Fripp, who designed the logo, with the cosmic frontiers, and Alexei with the real processes. Liantal is our connection with accelerator frontiers, Stephen the computationals, and the Devin with the community. And I apologize, we actually don't have one foot that designated for the early career ones. I'm sure there are lots of early career people in the theory frontier. And here is what we have, the activity for the next couple of days. Each of the topic groups have our own parallel sessions. And on Wednesday, we have basically the astro and the neutrinos. Oh, I need to mention, those parallel sessions are not meant for the theorists to talk to ourselves. We already talk to ourselves a lot, okay? So those parallel sessions are actually more focused towards out-facing, is for us to talk to people from other frontiers, experimentalists, accelerated people, all the other frontiers over there, for you to come and hear what's exciting in the theory community, what are the latest development, or just tell us what you need from us. It's really meant to be a communication of the theory frontiers with the rest of the communities over here. And we have tell every single speaker of us, please make your talk accessible. Don't lose people in the first 5 minutes. So please come to our parallel sessions. Okay, so yeah, I already mentioned the Cosmo and the neutrinos. And then on Thursdays, we have the EFT, which have been used quite a lot recently, you know, in the Higgs coupling fit and things like that. Lattice QCD certainly is a big piece of it. And then since we have so many, we have to double up our parallel sessions. On Friday, we have the TF4, the scattering amplitudes doubled up with the precision and the collide phenomenologies. And on Saturday, we also have the BSM quantum information doubled up with a more formal side. So now you really need to pick who are the theorists you want to talk to. Okay, and we also have a bunch of cross-frontier activities. Encourage everyone to go to this CEF ones, the community engagement. And then with the energy frontier, we have the one on Tuesdays, which I'm part of organizing. We have really exciting program over there. Yes, so please come. And then we have the one with the dark matters, the one with the flavor and the real processes. And our quantum information, I think this at least is the latest one, as you heard in this morning, the time in the room might be changing. So please keep track of this one over here. And then we also have the one with about the hadrons, cosmic neutrinos, and ultra high energy neutrinos. So we have a bunch of programs. I think that's a problem we are facing, like which parallel session or which session to go to. Okay, so the plenary ones. We have a bunch of lattice QCD talks about in the particle physics and also in the nuclear physics side. And these are almost mission impossible for the theory plenaries to give half an hour talking about what's excitement on the theory side. So we'll see how Shamit and Jesse make this the mission impossible work. Okay, and yes, we do have the topic group report at least up there for comments. You can find them over here. If you have a comment, you can have it over here. The frontier group report, unfortunately, is not out yet, but Chapa promised that they will have that ready for Sunday, for this coming Sunday TF discussions. So they have 1 week to get it ready. If you want to talk to us, those are 3 big conveners, and for all the rest of us, the email can be found over here. There will be a 2-hour discussions in a week about our topic group reports and the frontier reports. So please, if you're interested, please read the many pages long reports. But if you don't have time for that, at least read the executive summary of that. That should have all the highlights of our reports. And again, feedback and join us for the Slack channels. I think that's it.
All right, thank you. So the last speaker for this session before the coffee break is John Orell from PNNL, and he's going to give us the work plans from the underground frontier.
Test. Thank you very much. All right, my name is John Orell from Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. I am here representing the Underground Facilities and Infrastructure Frontier, or UF for short. I'm here on behalf of our co-conveners, Laura Bodis, Peter Hall, Kevin Lesko, and myself. What are our objectives and goals for the Underground Facilities and Infrastructure Frontier? Identify the science programs performing research in underground facilities, and then collect information on existing underground facilities infrastructure. This is the supply side of the issue. We collect current and future needs for science in underground facilities. This is the demand side of the equation. And then compare the two to come up with a gap analysis. What are we missing in terms of the facilities and infrastructure that we need in underground facilities to support the science programs that people are planning? Ultimately, we want to take this and analyze it to generate a recommendation for an integrated strategy for underground facilities infrastructure. The way that we'll do this is through the organization of the frontier itself. We're broken up into several topical areas. I'll go through these just briefly. There is underground facilities for neutrinos, and so this is a direct connection to the neutrino frontier. Underground facilities for cosmic frontier, this is really direct detection dark matter. And then there are 2 here, supporting capabilities and synergistic research. Supporting capabilities is all of the other things that you need to be able to do science in underground. supporting the science in the neutrino and cosmic frontiers, for example. This is including things that are underground, as well as things that you need to perform underground science, even if it's located above ground, developing instrumentation and the like. Synergistic research is really looking at all the other things besides particle physics, high energy physics that's done in underground laboratories. It gives you a sense of the breadth of work that is being done in underground facilities, as well as identifying if there are other users of the same facilities that we are sharing space with, sharing infrastructure with. Those should be included in our thoughts about the final thing here, which is coming up with an integrated strategy for the facilities and the infrastructure that we need to perform the science that we've studied here. All right, so we have a number of sessions that are focused at the topical level for underground facilities and infrastructure. They're listed here: Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And these are really intended to be readouts of the status from each of the topical working groups for underground facilities. You'll hear about the status of the reports, and as well as we hope to gain feedback from the community on what is needed for facilities, infrastructure related to underground facilities. And so this is an opportunity for the community as a whole to hear the status of our reports and then provide input back in terms of what is needed or what is missing. We also have cross-frontier sessions planned, and I'll just describe these in a little bit more detail. I'll go through each of them. The first is a cross-frontier between underground, neutrino, and rare processes. Originally, this was intended as a focus on neutrinos double beta decay, but as the program has evolved, this has become to include other sources of neutrinos, astrophysical neutrinos as well. So it really is a full look at neutrino science underground, with the exception of a focus on long baseline neutrinos in underground facilities on Thursday. So you can see that the neutrino frontier in underground science, in underground facilities, is split up into these two Tuesday and Thursday cross-frontier sessions. We also have a Wednesday cross-frontier session between underground and instrumentation. Here looking at quantum information science, quantum science and technology, and future instrumentation that might be going into underground facilities. This is an idea that has just come up in the last several years, and so we're holding a forum on this topic on Wednesday. On Saturday, we have sort of a walk-in plan to try to capture all of the things that have happened during the week. This is where we hope to gather up people who've been thinking about, okay, we've decided what science we want to do. We think we know what it looks like. How do we build it? We hope to be able to capture that, the instrumentation, the facilities, the infrastructure that's needed for underground science, gather that up on Saturday. We do have colloquia planned, Monday opening for us. This is one of these half plenary sessions. In this session, it is really an overview of underground facilities, the science that's being done today, as well as the future as seen by the underground science facilities. The first speaker will be Jarrett Heiss from the Stanford Underground Research Facility, and he'll be telling you about the plans for science at SURF. And then Clarence Virtue from Laurentian University will be presenting in international context. There are multiple underground facilities around the world. We'd like to understand what those facilities are planning on doing and what their outlook is as well. Then on Friday, our full plenary session here is again a readout of the status of reports from the underground facilities frontier. We'll be talking about the needs for neutrino and cosmic frontier science, and then looking at the supporting infrastructure and synergistic research associated with underground facilities, and then an outline of these strategy for underground facilities for future science. To engage with us, really it's helping us identify facility and infrastructure needs for your underground science. Please tell us what you need. It goes into our documents. This is how we build the structure of our documentation. We really want to document what is required to implement the science programs. This is critical, as I said. You've decided what science you want to do. You think you know what it looks like. How do you build it? That's where it comes in, underground facilities. And really to engage with us at the topical level and with our topical conveners is how to get that information about the needs for facilities into the SNOMAS reports. Our reports are in draft form. I think it's important to note that the underground facilities is really draws from the other frontiers. Our reports must consistently reflect the science needs of the other frontier reports. We'll be looking at the other frontier reports and ensuring that we have in our reports is consistent with those plans. And the facility infrastructure content from the other frontiers can find a home here. So again, it's this, if you know what science you want to do and you think you know what it looks like, and you want to build something in the underground, it can find a home in our reporting. So at our sessions, you'll see previews and draft conclusions for underground facilities infrastructure reports during the sessions this week. So in summary, underground facilities infrastructure frontier supports the execution of science from under frontiers, most notably neutrino frontier, cosmic frontier, rare processes, and precision frontier. For us, SNOMAS here in Seattle is key for establishing consistency with requirements stemming from the other frontiers, outlining and communicating the status of our reports to you and getting feedback, and then drafting recommendations in the context of everything else that we hear presented at this meeting. So I hope that you will join us to catalyze the future of underground science. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, and thanks again, all the speakers for being very economic with their times. So we earned a little bit of a longer coffee break. Before that, Gordon has an announcement to make, and he'll be very brief.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I just wanted to remind everybody there are 2 locations for the coffee breaks. One is out along here, and the second is up in the Walker Ames room, which is just up 1 floor. And Kevin, wherever you are, could you come down and just, yeah, okay, we just need to talk. All right, enjoy the coffee.
Otherwise, you'd be broadcasting. If he goes off the
Okay, thank you all. Let's get started. Okay. So the last session of the day is called Planning US HEP, Past, Present, and Future. And our first speaker is Steve Ritz from University of California at Santa Cruz. And he'll tell you who he is, and we'll go from there.
Okay, good. And I can take this thing off, right? Okay, very good. These are personal perspectives. I'm not representing anybody, which is kind of nice. I was a co-chair or co-coordinator of the Cosmic Frontier with Jonathan Fung, Jonathan here, for the last snowmass. So I certainly remember what I felt like at this time after all of the work. So I appreciate all of the work everyone here is doing. And I was also the chair of the most recent P5. So these are just some personal, some suggestions for things to consider. Let's see, is this work? Oh, it's working. Great, good. All right, so can we move this thing a little bit? No, yes. Let's see if that works. So just two caveats up front. This is a talk about the connections between snowmass and P5 the last time. And I think it's obviously true to everybody, but snowmass is about much more than that. Snowmass isn't just about feeding things to P5, but there is a component of this that is quite important. So it's that component that I'll be talking about. The other thing is when you look historically, everything seems a lot neater and easier and sure. And that just isn't true. And it is therefore good to, why doesn't this work? To listen to historians. I'm really fond of this quote, which is that it's very difficult to remember that events now in the past were once far in the future. All of the uncertainty people are feeling right now, this is the way things felt in the past, maybe even worse. So that's okay. It's not like people understood how everything was going to pull together beforehand. We've heard this over and over again. The previous snowmass was essential to P5. And really, I'd like to talk about why from my perspective. You already heard from Andy, the statement in our report that a vast number of scientific opportunities were investigated, discussed, and summarized in the snowmass reports. But the other thing is that with all those documents and all the effort that went into them, it really paid off because it enabled P5 to write a short report. And if you've ever had to do one of these things, you know, writing a short paper or a short report's a lot harder than writing a long one. And by being able to have all of these documents that were hierarchically arranged, if anyone was interested in something, they could drill down and follow to get the information. I had staffers call me and thank us for writing a report that was possible for them to get through in an efficient way that spoke to them, that they could understand, and then they could know that they could find out more information toward the back of the report and then also with the snowmass documents. So that all the work that's being done writing is also really, really important. And here's the report. You've heard a lot about the P5 report. If you haven't read it and you have an opinion about it, please do read the report. Andy said that, mentioned that we had these 11 questions. It was really useful to get these questions. I remember when somebody, I think it might have been Michael Peskin, maybe it was John Ross, I can't remember who it was, said we really ought to produce these questions. And they're great questions, and I encourage you to read through them. It's more than 30 questions though, and that was going to be hard to write an executable plan to in a way that people from outside our field were going to understand. And so we did distill these down into the 5 science drivers. You've heard them many times before. One of the things about hearing something many times is you stop paying attention to it. And in fact, if you step back and look at these questions and the drivers, this is a fantastic field. asking really interesting questions that have, good opportunities to answer these really exciting questions. And again, we didn't prioritize the drivers deliberately because they're all intertwined, probably in a way that was more deeply connected than we actually understand now, and certainly understood then. But the projects had to be prioritized due to just finite resources. So we distilled the questions down into the drivers for the purposes of explaining what we wanted to do. And in principle, that could be done by SNOMAS this time. There was a question this morning on the Google Doc, can the science drivers be modified? I don't see why not. If they don't work or if the field has moved, then that certainly is a possibility. If they're working, great. And if not, then that's something that SNOMAS could consider doing, certainly, I think. The other thing real quick, looking back is, if you look at all the output, it seems like everything was orderly, but it was not that orderly. It was messy, and messy is good at SNOMAS. It's a good thing. It means the field is vibrant. This was a summary slide I made for, an interim cosmic frontier discussion. And, it's okay. In the end, we have to come together and explain. So what else was essential from SNOMAS, from my perspective, that fed into P5? Well, first of all, providing a summary of what has changed since the last SNOMAS would be very helpful, I suspect. You'll have to ask the new P5. As before, I would expect P5 will need to articulate what's happened since the previous report, because that's going to frame the new directions or the recommendations. And just for reference, this is what was going on last time. If you look, there was a lot of physics going on. The Higgs had been discovered since the last 2008 P5 report. There were Nobels related to different areas of the field. Again, the intertwined nature of the science drivers. Sine squared 2 theta 1 3 was measured, and that helped to point to next steps. There were also big programmatic changes. Trigger warning, Dussel didn't continue, and so that was really hard, I know, for some of you in the audience. The Tevatron ceased operations, PEP2, the B factory stopped, and inflation adjusted, and that meant economic inflation, not cosmology. The funding continued to decline. The other thing really important is that last P5 was by design a very outward-facing panel. There were people from a large number of members from other countries and other regions. They were wonderfully helpful. It was very, very important. And in fact, you'll notice the P5 report subtitle was Strategic Plan for US Particle Physics in the Global Context. And the global nature of the field was something that I think we helped to explain, and that's a really good thing. And I'm certainly hopeful that the international colleagues we have here are feeling completely welcome and part of the process as well. And there have been significant changes in the international context. You can each make your own list, I'm sure, since 2014, and that's important. All right. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and climate. And by climate, I do not mean the planetary weather aspects, but what's it like to be in our community? What's the climate for all the different members of the community? That's a really, really important focus. Diversity, equity, inclusion are words that are getting too easy to say without thinking about what they actually mean and underlying systemic effects that we just are affected by. And I would say that we're not going to fix this. We've done the experiment. We're not going to fix it just by each of us trying to be unbiased. It's been known for a very long time that if overall societal pressures and systems are biased against some people, then if you have interactions with that part of our community, and if every one of your interactions is perfect, that's still not going to fix the problem, okay? And these things, I think, need to be addressed, and we have a lot of work to do. Most of you know about the STEM strike for Black Lives that happened a couple of years ago. It was extremely important. If you haven't looked at this website, which I think most of you have, I strongly recommend it. It really is great. I would say that yes, this is an important part of the snowmass process and could be part of every frontier message. How is each frontier doing and how will it do better? I don't think this is something that should be left just to, the group COM F3 or, I think it's great that that group of people has come together to do this. It's really important, but I think it should be intertwined again with all of the frontiers, I would suggest. Why? Well, because we have problems to fix, and also because it will attract the best people into particle physics. Okay, if our culture continues to improve, then young people, the brightest minds, are going to want to come and work with us. And if not, then they won't. And so again, early career voices, we already heard. Thank you very much for that talk earlier today about snowmass early career. Snowmass Young last time was incredibly important. We relied on them and their persisting organization to connect with P5 and our town halls and so on. So that was great. I just mentioned, since we saw the pie chart this morning, there was another pie chart here, which I really give the organizers kudos for posting, which is the self-reported gender distribution of the people who signed up for snowmass. And I think each of us has maybe 2 or 3 or 4 reactions all at the same time when we look at this. Some ways things are better, in some ways they are not. And so that I would just say is evidence that we have a lot of work to do. But kudos for doing that, and doing it in this way, I think was a good thing. All right. The importance of program balance. So I would say that I have trouble with the F word, frontier, and also flagship, but a subfield or frontier or a working group isn't defined by one large project. And this isn't original to me, but a facility isn't a vision. So what are the questions that can be answered and how can they best be addressed with a mix of small, medium, and large experiments? That's the key thing, I think, for frontier messages that give really good input to P5. How should P5 think about the opportunities in your subfield? Okay. I would just remind you that the last P5 made a portfolio of smaller experiments as a higher priority. The idea being that we had budget scenarios meeting a top line number we couldn't go above. And so what we did was say, okay, there's this this amount of money that we're going to make sure is set aside off the top. Okay, and that should be used for smaller experiments. And we gave reasons why that's important. I don't have time to go into here, but there are a lot of good reasons for it. And I think that we at Snowmass can help P5 make a similar case for why a broad distribution of projects is important, and then give existence proof examples for smaller projects. That's great. I don't think it's plausible for a group like P5 to prioritize individual smaller projects and converge in a reasonable amount of time. But it can do something like this again to help make sure the budget's supported. And again, the international contexts are critical. This goes without saying, but I think I'll say it anyway, which is the importance of theory. It's true that theory is necessary for the success of projects. You cannot have a successful project at every stage of an experimental project. Theory plays absolutely essential roles. It's part of the ecosystem. You take it away and the ecosystem dies. Gives meaning to the data. I don't mean to quote the Big Lebowski, but it really ties the field together. It points in new directions. And when you're making choices about capabilities, particularly even if you're mid-project and you have to make some changes, theory is incredibly important. But in addition, of course, it's an essential focus in its own right. It reveals the important questions and issues, and it provides the intellectual underpinning and new ways of thinking. So it would help if experimental focused areas also talk about the importance of theory. Before unity, which is really important, by the way, when we all come out of this, before unity, there needs to be vigorous discussion. You can't have really honest unity if you don't first work it out. So ideally, this is a process in which ideas are discussed, debated, and refined by everyone together. And we shouldn't hesitate to ask the tough questions, but it should be done in good faith. It should be an honest trying to understand each other. And that we all should understand that tough questions from other frontier areas are gold because they help us to develop viable options, really viable options that can realistically work. And by looking skeptically at our own subfields messages and others, we can strengthen them all together. And then the debate at Snowmass is really important for P5 to hear because P5 has to make hard choices because not everything can be done. And the reasons for those choices have to be articulated. And that can only happen with the input for the various aspects of the debate. And I will just say here, something from our report, which is that no topic, the last time around anyway, no topic or option was off the table. And that was true, I believe. All right, the opportunity of crossroads. Again, the intertwined nature of our field is great. It is an opportunity for us beyond trying to give input to P5 to broaden our own research. And to make connections, but it's also true that we can't expect others to become interested in our own subfield if we're not interested in theirs. And breakthroughs can really happen at Snowmass, and it's happened lots of times before. The liaisons are great, but the question is, will the frontier messages actually connect to each other? That would really help P5, and I'm sure, and I've given some examples here. The connections, for example, between the neutrino frontier and cosmic energy instrumentation accelerator, or R&D, for example. And this point was already made that neutrinos themselves don't care whether people call it nuclear physics or particle physics. And the last P5 report also tried to link arms with science research generally, because it's really important for decision makers in Washington to hear about the importance of science. All right, perfect. When it's all over, the others, because I was asked what kind of makes this all work, or how have we been effective, I wanted to add something, which is after this is all over, it is important to work together for the whole program in a unified manner. So every year we get together and write and update this 2-pager, which is taken to visits to decision makers in Washington and elsewhere. And everyone sings from the same sheet of music. There are additional materials, more made every year. You can find them here to describe so many aspects of our field, but then talking about the progress and the priorities done in concert with the DPF and the users groups and lots of other people. We ask for ideas for what we should write in here. They are developed and they are there for everyone to see and use. And this idea of pushing the whole program is so powerful, okay? If different people walk into the same office and each say a different part of the program is really the most important part, and what those other people do is just kind of boring, then the sum of all of those is nothing, right? There's no overlap. And so it's really important to work together. All right, so finally, positive, clear, and actionable messages. Again, Snowmass can provide clear questions, viable options. Nothing should be off the table. I want to suggest 2 ideas that might seem different, but I think you can hold them simultaneously in your own minds because you're all brilliant, to paraphrase Fitzgerald. Realism is important, and we certainly made tough choices, but big aspirations that are well motivated are also really important at the same time. And so we did write this in the P5 report that as work proceeds worldwide on long-term future generation accelerator concepts, the US should be counted among the potential host nations. And that at the same time as making hard choices, we felt the responsibility to aspire to an even bolder future. And we do not see those as contradictory responsibilities for a community or for a panel, because yes, every year's budget is a balance sheet, but we also have a great capacity to grow, and that's limited only by our collective imagination. All right, diversity, equity, and inclusion are areas of necessary attention. I would use the word necessary, and different thinking, and cutting across frontiers is incredibly important as well as the evolving international context, which certainly has changed. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, now remember that we're not asking questions of the speakers right away. We're waiting till the end of the session when all the speakers have spoken, and then we're going to call them up and recognize questions from this audience and also questions from remote users via a Google Doc that's been prepared for this meeting. So the next speaker is James Shank from the NSF. He's a program manager from NSF and known to all of us, or many of us, pardon me, for his long service in Atlas and his an Atlas software and computing expert.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, good. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay, thanks. So this talk is on behalf of many other people at NSF who are not here right now, but will be here at various times during this week. Denise will be here next week. And Keith was going to be here, but has dropped out because of some health worries about COVID here. And I think that's true of Darren also, but William Wester will be here later in the week. Okay, so overview. I'm going to talk about what is the physics division at NSF, what's going to happen, what we expect to happen out of SNOMAS, the previous P5 again, and I will also mention the National Academy study and what we're hoping to get out of that. And then I'll talk a little bit about the near-term perspective, the near-term being before we get a report out of P5, for example, and other NSF initiatives that you've been hearing a lot about, AI and QIS. Okay, so here's the org chart of the division. And I just want to point out that we are a group that at least
Zoom is closed. Zoom is closed. Zoom is closed. So you connect to Zoom.
good, thank you.
There we go. Are we? Yeah, it's recording. Everything's fine. Yeah, let's redo the share. Share screen. This is the correct one.
That's the right one, yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Is there caption on? I don't think it is. Should I continue or should you want to fix it? Okay, okay. All right, we're back in business. Okay, so I was going to point out that the physics division, at least before the COVID, we're all on the same floor of the same building. We were close by each other. We talked to each other every day. That's less so now, but we still try to do that. And we have these divisions, but they're not tightly siloed. So we have overlapping programs. There are things that are in the fore now, like this precision measurement program. This will be talked about in further in one of the NSF lunches, which I'll point out at the end of this talk. Okay, so in particular, again, the frontiers don't fit exactly into this division, and we don't force projects to be in any kind of frontier. Okay, so what's going on with NSF and various community-wide panels? So the SNOMAS study is going to be complete at the end of this meeting, we hope. And we certainly appreciate the community input and the science that needs to be done. This is all very important. The new P5, I think we're entering a new era. Steve mentioned the importance of theory. I think unlike the last P5, we're at a point in the science program where it's not so clear where we want to go. And so theory may be more important. Where do we look next? Okay, so we are anxiously awaiting the report in 2023. I do want to talk about the NASM study. I'll point out, I'll give a couple slides about that. Independent of P5 now, it's going to focus on the science that drives the field with no connection to any existing projects. So the particle physics project prioritization panel, that project prioritization doesn't fit well into the NSF way of doing things either. But we see from the last time that we did make it fit, and I'll talk about how that happened. Okay, but the NASM study will focus only on the science drivers and a few other points that I'll also point out here in the next couple slides. Mainly about thinking about new experimental approaches and reaching to form tighter connections to other disciplines. Okay, so the previous P5, of course, there's the famous two top priorities, one near-term, the highest priority near-term project and the highest priority in its time frame. So NSF, in reaction to this, formed an advisory committee, the MPS Math and Physical Sciences Advisory Committee, which is a subcommittee of that, which was often called the Young Ki Kim Committee. She was the chair. So the number one priority of P5 back then strongly impacted existing and future investments in LHC. And we had, let me just skip to the next slide for a minute to show. So this is actually a pie chart of where the money goes, which experimental programs. Right now, this is for 2021, but a similar pie chart for 2014 looked very much the same, except the LHCb was a little bit smaller, maybe neutrinos was a little bit bigger. But you see one thing, a takeaway here, I don't want to go into the details, but the takeaway is that the LHC completely dominates the EPP program. Okay, and so this number one priority fit within the community that we were already funding. Okay. So, but why didn't we just immediately say, okay, we're just funding that? Well, there were lots of questions like, can we afford to do it in a meaningful way? So this MPSAC subcommittee studied questions like, can we afford to do it and how do we do it? And their conclusion was we should push for a big project, which is a major research equipment project, MREFC. And this, I point out that this started in 2020. It was before it was officially underway. So there's 6 years there it took to push this. And it was a lot of hard work, and that was putting it on a fast track. Normally an MREFC project takes even longer than that. So this should inform you what could happen after the next P5. Okay, so I already mentioned this slide. So let's go on to the National Academy study. So this just came out. I don't know if everyone has seen the membership here. You know, the National Academy picks these independently of us. So I mean, the DOE and NSF gave recommendations for who we thought might be good chairs. And I think they picked people that were compatible with that list. But the rest of the panel was made by them. Okay, so this is supposedly gives them the independence that we wouldn't get from a P5 panel, which is you know, often criticized as being people from this community advocating for stuff that they already like. So this gives a more independent look at the science drivers. Okay, so this committee had wasn't called a charge, we call a statement of task in NASM speak. And this statement of task had only 4 points, and these are them right here. And I want to take a minute to actually read them just so everyone knows what's going on here. So one is identify the fundamental questions in particle physics that could motivate research in the next decade and beyond, irrespective of the tools and techniques to address them. Distinguish which of these questions could be addressed with available experimental and theoretical tools in the coming decade and which could require new techniques or approaches. Suggest technical research areas that could provide particle physics with new tools needed to enable new techniques and approaches. Suggest different ways of thinking and alternative approaches from other areas of science that could be incorporated into and benefit the overall particle physics enterprise. Okay, so we spent a lot of time over these points, and we had to reiterate with DOE and NSF officials and NASM a couple times. But we at NSF are quite happy with these 4 points, and we will be very happy if the panel completely addresses those 4 points. So we anxiously await their report. So we certainly look forward to this very successful snowmass concluding here and a lot of documents for us to read. We anticipate the science drivers that will come out of the NASM study and the P5. And those are the ones that we at NSF can focus on best, I think, rather than the projects. So of course, our usual mantra, we respond to proposals, the community, which is you out here, drive where we go. But we also have other initiatives that push us in different directions. So some come from the NSF director himself, and others come from other areas like other areas of government. So these priorities, the ones that are most important for this community are DEI, which we've heard a lot about already today, quantum information science, and AI. So I'll spend a little bit of time going over these. So first, NSF's mission. So our new director, of course, is pushing for a new directorate, which is now underway, the so-called TIP directorate, Technology, Innovation, and Partners. This is driving much of what his thinking is, but of course, he's still pushing for the advance for the frontiers of research into the future. But also ensure accessibility and inclusivity and secure global leadership. So he's focusing on partnerships, people, and this translation, that's the TIP directorate, which translates the science into industry. So it's a bridge to industry. So that's his vision. And notice there's not too much directly connected to high energy physics in that mission. So DEI, so progress on diversity, equity, and inclusion has been an NSF priority for a very long time. Over the past few years, it's taken additional steps to enhance our goals in these areas. We have a large number of funding opportunities aimed at broadening participation in our field. There's new PIs, new institutions. Some of these have been in existence for a while and others are new. So we've had a couple new investigator workshops, learning about grant writing, so helping young people become successful in their careers, meet with program directors, et cetera. And then a couple of programs, which I won't go into a lot of detail, but MPS Ascends, which is a postdoctoral fellowship cohort building across MPS subdisciplines, and LEAPS, which is entry grants for faculty to initiate research. And both of those are pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion in the field. There's MPS High for current NSF PIs targeting high school schoolers in your research or high school teachers. AGAP GRS and Physics GRS for graduate fellowships. These are supplements to existing awards. All of these are pushing diversity goals. We have a new program, PREP, which is partnership between minority serving institutes and our physics frontier centers. That just concluded this year, and we've got a number of awards, I think 7 new awards, so almost one for every physics frontier center that's active. The physics division also has a special broadening participation funds, which has been useful. In fact, part of it went to some funding participation here at this meeting. Many additional programs are being formulated, and there are MPS-wide and NSF-wide initiatives that are coming in the near future on DEI. Okay, quantum information science, it's a big buzzword these days, and of course, we talk about it now because it's one of the places where there's probably new money coming, and maybe it can benefit us, this community. Okay, you can click on this link. There's a good story there that tells about the history of quantum information science at NSF. But here are some recent developments. Of course, there's strong disciplinary programs in the math and physical science. Sorry for all the acronyms. These are all NSF speak, but that's the math and physical sciences and chemistry, materials, DMR, math, DMS, and physics. Their size is the computing directorate at NSF, and then engineering. So there's disciplinary activities in all these divisions and directorates that's working on quantum information science. There are facilities and shared laboratories, infrastructure. Computing focuses on two awards there that are noted. I won't go into all the details here, but there's networking focus and a convergence accelerator. So these red ones are newer and they're more relevant to this community, perhaps. You've heard of the Quantum Leap Challenge Institutes. These are 5 awards that cover 4 sub-areas of QIS. I'll show on the next slide, one in bio. Quantum Foundries, these are 2 new awards in Santa Barbara and Montana State, Arkansas. Transformational Advances in Quantum Systems. So these are, again, awards that help push quantum science. And then there's workforce development, various programs, but I'll point out Expand QIS, which is a program that combines diversity with this initiative, namely the eligibility for that group is that you have to have not had some amount of funding from quantum before. So it's trying to get new partners in the field. Okay, so I'll just show you these Quantum Leap Challenge Institutes. These have some overlap with physicists that we know and love, but not direct. And each of these centers are a conglomerate of other centers. So I don't have all the locations highlighted on this map, but just the central one. So there's a Challenge Institute for Quantum Computation, QIQC, Quantum Systems through Entangled Science, Hybrid Quantum Architecture, et cetera. So, and again, there's one with biophysics. These have some connections with physics frontier centers and various other AMO type experiments. Okay, and artificial intelligence. Again, this overall link gives you a overview of artificial research, intelligence research at NSF. There are an ongoing number of institutes and growing number of institutes that were funded mainly by size, but also partnered with various other divisions. And in particular, this is in 20 and 21, there's a program for 22 ongoing. But this one is the one directly related to our field here because it's the Center for the IFI, so-called IFI, Fundamental Interactions. This is the institute at MIT, Harvard, Northeastern, and Tufts. And if you download this interactive map, you can play around with this. So if you click on the IFI Institute, you find that it has partners all over the country. Okay, and so this is a summary of this AI Institute program. And I won't go into all the details here, but the initiatives have not, in the first year, they had a physics call out. So there was a theme that was basically AI and physics, but they have been less relevant for physics as the years have gone by here. So we haven't had any other one that's directly related to high energy physics. There was a Dear Colleague letter that the MPS put out. This resulted in a few eager awards. This is rather small, and it was meant as a bridge until we could figure out what MPS wanted to do with AI and AI institutes. It's not clear that they want to continue partnering with SIZE, for example. They may start their own program. This still isn't clear what's going to happen next year. Okay, and I also point out that OAC, the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure in size has funded these Harnessing the Data Revolution Institutes. That program is still ongoing, even though it was one of the big ideas from the last NSF director. And of course, one of the awards went to the institute here. Is it? Yeah, the award, the top one, Harnessing the Data Institute for Data Intensive Research in Science and Engineering. That's the call, and the award for A3D3 came out in September 21. So that is directly related to high energy physics. Okay, there are other different programs. The Physics Frontier Center, mostly not directly related to high energy physics, but indirectly. There's the new Center for Network for Neutrinos at Berkeley. This is almost all theory, but relevant to HEP and neutrino physics. There's the link to the IFI, and the Harnessing the Data Revolution one is at the bottom. But also IRIS HEP has been around for a long time, so was a good use of size money to advance computing that's relevant for the Halloumi LHC upgrade. And then, of course, I also mentioned the Science and Technology Center at Cornell for the Center for Bright Beams. So all these areas provide at least peripheral new money that helps advance the science that's relevant to HEP. Okay, so I just want to point out some sessions coming up. There are two. One is Wednesday. This will be more details of what we usually see in a sort of a HEPAP style talk where I talk about the budgets as much as I can say. NSF has been really cracking down on what we're legally allowed to say at these meetings. So it's getting worse. But I'll say what I can about the state of the budget and where the money has been going. And then a special meeting, which I haven't announced to very many people yet, but this is really going to be particular to the experimental particle physics program and where I see this program going. This will be a discussion session. The Wednesday one will be a slide presentation followed by interactive discussion. I hope this one on Thursday will be entirely just a discussion session, although I may start it off with one or two slides to set the stage. And the stage is that we're under a lot of pressure to reduce the size of this program. I'll just leave it at that to pique your interest, and now you want to show up. Yes, yeah, no weapons are allowed. Okay, and that's it. So thanks. It's really nice to be here, seeing everyone in person. Be safe, and please write all those reports for us to read.
Thank you, Jim. So again, we're going to reserve questions till the end. Our next speaker is Harriet Kung from DOE, and she is the Deputy Director of Science Programs in the Office of Science, and she is also the Acting Associate Director of Science for HEP, which I think means you report to yourself.
That's correct. Yeah.
Sounds like a good deal.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Hope you can all hear me well. I'm really, really honored to be here representing the Office of High Energy Physics. I first would like to thank the very, very talented HEP team who have put the slides together. If I could invite all my HEP colleagues to either raise your hand or stand up, we actually have probably 6 or 7 program managers if you're in. This is actually represents a very active participation, COVID notwithstanding. So I really encourage all of you to interact with our program managers who are really passionate and strongly supportive of this program. So let me quickly go through, actually, is this? Okay, all right. So just quickly recap some of the backdrop of the P5 study. Here are kind of 3 key points from the 2014 P5 reports. The first 2 really speak to the globalization of the community. First of all, the ambition and the aspiration to address some of the most compelling questions of the field is really beyond the financial or technical capabilities of a single nation or single region. But I think the second message is equally important, the affirmation that the ability to address these questions in a comprehensive manner through a global collaboration is within reach. But the third key message, which is probably equally important, is the field was at a juncture where major players each plan to host one of the more larger projects. So if we consider today as we're ready to launch the next P5 study, I believe that all three key messages are still valid. Probably even more complicated is the geopolitical situations that we're facing now that actually make the next P5 study even more challenging. But I think that we're in very good hands given the community are really passionate and eager to help us launching the next study. So with that as the backdrop, if we look at the current HEP program, in FY22, our budget is over $1 billion. That actually represents about nearly 50% growth since about 2 decades ago. And we continue to be the largest supporter of particle physics in the US with a very large footprint in terms of the institutions, geographical distribution, as well as the direct support to researchers, PhD and graduate students, as well as the users that access our scientific user facilities. In terms of the funding, we're actually reaching a point where our research is about 40%, and that is kind of the average of the science programs has had in terms of research, with the remainder 60% split between the facility operations and the project and so forth. So with that as the kind of the at a glance, in the wrong. So let's delve into more details of the HEP program. So shown at the top are the budget information. So since 2020 to now we have seen the 2023 house mark, the program actually has enjoyed a very robust, substantial support with close to $100 million for $1 billion program. That's about 10%. And if you look at the two major categories, the HEP research, it's really holding steady actually with a very promising, encouraging growth in 2023. And the research actually cover both the research and also the facility operations and our support for major item equipments projects. And the line item construction, which actually has enjoyed very robust support, is actually steadily increased to close to $300 million. So if you look at the key components of the HEP program, of course, the centerpiece is our core HEP research. And our major mission is to drive scientific discovery. And as a result, we support a very robust and comprehensive theoretical and experimental activities. And in addition to that, I think we have heard earlier, there's been increasing emphasis on broadening participation. So currently we have a dual track. One is we actually establish an office related, dedicated to DEI by changing the culture, putting in processes and procedures to overcome implicit bias, but really trying to increase the awareness of pushing for the goals established under diversity, equity, inclusion. But separately, we have put additional funding opportunities to broaden the participation, especially increasing participation from underrepresented and underserved community, which we'll talk about later in more details. But in addition to the core research, we're also firmly believe that in order to build the future, robust future of the program, we need to continue to invest in not only building R&D capacity, but also driving technology innovations. A lot of the foundational support from theory to accelerator detector R&D to various other what we call the industries of the future, and that's actually reflected in the next bullet. There are a number of administration priorities I think we have heard from our NSF colleagues, from QIS, AI machine learning, and others. So since the previous administration, there's a set of what we call technologies or industries of the future that have received a lot of support. So the high energy physics community in DOE's Office of Science also had taken full advantage of the infusion of funding that's coming to the department. But I think the key in the HEP portfolio is that these opportunities are indeed critical to the future of the high energy physics program. Not only these are infusion of funding, but really serve the purpose of enriching, but also diversifying the core research program in high energy physics program. For example, take quantum information sciences. I think our colleagues in NSF also has similar example to show. I'm actually very, very proud of the HEP program, where they have been the front runner in pushing for quantum information sciences, not just because of the need to use quantum computing or quantum sensor to push the mission that's very complicated, the portfolio in HEP, but they also feel like there's a lot of the technology advances that really have grown out of the capabilities, expertise from superconducting qubit to cryogenic to control. So this is really a very, an excellent example of how HEP could benefit from these additional resources, but using it as a way to further enrich, broaden the mission space in HEP. And artificial intelligence, machine learning is yet another excellent example, where by necessity, the complexity of your experiments, the data set, the data rate, all need to push for additional advances in AI machine learning. But I think the question now is, as we are growing our core research program, by absorbing these new additional funding, whether we can retain the cohesiveness of the overall core research program. I think that is a challenge that the next P5, the SNOMAS in the next P5, hopefully will help us address. So in addition to research, we also have a very robust program supporting facilities. This includes the Fermilab Accelerator Complex, the FACET-2, and also our continuing investment in infrastructure such as the Stanford underground research facilities. And the next bullet is actually in direct response to the previous P5 report. Remember, there are a number of really exciting projects, and through the community support, through the administration support, through congressional support, we are now actually supporting a very robust and diverse pool of projects from LBNF Dune, PIP2, Mu2E. These are the line item projects, but also a number of what we call major item equipments from the Halumi LHC accelerator and detector upgrade projects to Acorn, which is the accelerator upgrade at the Fermilab, to the CMBS-4, the cosmic microwave background stage 4. But in addition to these line item and project and MIE, we also have other very exciting projects that are cited and not at DOE laboratories. And this actually include the ATLAS CMS experiments at the LHC, the SURF and LZ experiment, the Vera Rubin Observatory, Chile, DESI at Pete, and also experiments at Canada, Snow Lab, Japan, and even on the International Space Station. So all in all, for a $1 billion plus program, this is really extremely exciting, but really diverse program. And continue to set priorities while retain a very bold and exciting vision. I think that is also a key task. The SNOMAS and also the upcoming P5 will hopefully help us set the priorities. So this is one of the first, the two budget slides I want to share with you as a way of showing the impact of the 2014 P5. You can clearly see a before and after P5 2014. So up until 2014, the budget has been relatively stagnant, but the 2014 report, having that one unified, really compelling, exciting voice depicting an exciting vision for the program really has helped HEP to position this program and has since then enjoyed very robust growth. And we not only have sustained the core research program, but then have also increased a lot of the funding, especially in the project space from LBF Doom, Mu2E, PIP2, and also the Halloumi LHC upgrades and so forth. But the impact is probably even more prominent and pronounced if you look at the longer time scale. This is actually funding since 2000. So one thing to note is that especially in the decade preceding the previous P5 report, the HEP project program actually not only has maintained a stagnant budget. Actually, some year actually the budget has come down, and a lot of the factors have contributed to the budget trend. I think Steve mentioned earlier, we have several of the facilities closure, from Tevatron to PEP2, and some of the funding have been taken up by increases in research in some of the preceding years, but those increases had not really stayed. But then not until 2014, we have now starting to see very robust and substantive growth in the HEP project. And of course, a lot of the growth has been driven by the projects that have been identified in the previous 2014 P5 report. So one question, and people may actually ask, is what if the growth in these projects has really hindered the other components of the program, from research to facility operations? However, based on my 20-year or so of budgeteer experience, I can actually tell you that there's really no guarantee that the funding that has gone into supporting the project would have stayed in HEP. So the moral of the story is that each and every single of these components would really need to justify, defend its individual compelling foundation for the robust support. And probably even more importantly, is the different components really need to be stitched together to paint a really compelling, bold, ambitious vision for the program, for you to really sustain the growth in this community. Because the competition is not within HEP. It's the competition is really with many, many other programs. Just imagine the preceding decade before the 2014 report, at least 2, if not 3 other programs in office science has increased their budget tremendously. However, if you hold on to a vision, a divisive view of your community, you will not be able to enjoy the level of support like some of the other programs. So this is actually a key message I want to leave with you. Okay, so let's see quickly, 10 minutes, okay. I think I should be fine because Andy Lanford essentially gave my talk in his view about the scientific program. But let me just quickly mention a few key elements of the HEP program. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, LBF2 and PIP2 have been the major funding and budget driver for the HEP program. I just want to start by saying that the vision of LBF2 and PIP2 to build a signature flagship facility, that commitment is still true to this day. And these combination of projects remain the highest priority in office science and high energy physics program. However, we also want to say that the vision of building this global partnership is really in a strong response to the previous 2014 report. And we firmly believe that the successes of the LBNF Doom and PIP2 relies on the strong partnership between the United States and our international partners. On a daily basis, we have seen how meaningful and substantive these partnerships really is delivering progress from capabilities to facilities to experiences. And we especially would like to acknowledge our partners as CERN, France, India, Italy, and UK. In addition to technical contributions, we also have enjoyed very strong financial contributions close to $1 billion combined between these two projects. However, as any major complex projects, it's inevitable that we encounter challenges. And that's exactly the case we have seen, especially in the past couple of years with LBNF Dune. So what had happened in the past couple of years is we have devoted substantial human resources, technical resources to make some very significant changes to the project. But first of all is to reorganize the project into the sub-projects modality. As it turns out, for a very $3 billion plus project, there are different components. If you wait until all components to mature for you to move to the next stage of the project management, you will actually be limiting your option. You will limiting your oversight. You're limiting the decisions that you need to make to quickly make corrections and make decisions. So the reorganization into sub-projects seem to have paid off. And actually later you will hear from Leah's talk about some of the details of the LBNF Dune project. But in addition to that, there's also improvement in the oversight that has been applied to the project. Secondly, we have worked with senior management in Department of Energy to actually find new funding guidance. And the new funding guidance has significantly improved the project schedule, reduced the risk, and a lot more responsive to the partners and also our community's concerns. So in the end, we still firmly believe LBNF and PIP2 will enable Dune to be the first-in-class experiment. And we also anticipate that additional upgrades, further capabilities could likely be considered in the next P5. And many of you are aware that last week we had a very thorough review as the LBNF Dune project will enter into their rebaseline of the, not rebaseline, the CD1RR is the re-evaluation of the alternative analysis, the critical decision one. And I'm very happy to report that we have received recommendation to proceed with the CD1RR decision later in the year. However, the committee did recommend that with us to seriously consider reevaluation of the total project cost and the cost range. These are primarily driven by several factors. We're not out of COVID yet. We have seen historically high level of inflation. In addition to that, we have also seen some very strong supply chain disruption. So all in all, I think the project has made very significant progress in stabilizing various cost and schedule concerns that were surfaced earlier in the project. And we're confident that the project is in a very solid trajectory moving forward. And the details, Leah will I'll go through that. So let me quickly, since Andy already covered a lot of these, maybe I can just quickly go through the intensity frontier. We're especially pleased to share, I think many of you already know the first muon G-2 results, whereas combined with the earlier Brookhaven results, really offer some tantalizing clues about the significance of the standard deviation. And of course, we're looking forward to additional analysis. Of course, energy frontiers. I think this is the LHC at CERN continues to be a centerpiece of the U.S. Energy Frontiers program, and it's an integral part of the U.S. DOE HEP program. We're especially proud of the CMS Atlas results up to date, over 2,200 publications, and also the start run since the start of the LHC running. The recent celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Higgs discovery, and also anticipate during the run 3 additional very exciting results. We're also very pleased to see the high Lumi LHC accelerator and detector upgrades proceeding well. Many of you, and we have heard throughout the day about the very exciting futures of facilities. And we are actually working very closely, not only within the department, but also outside the department with US State Department, also OSTP, to continue to coordinate, collaborate on two aspects, especially collaborating with CERN and our other global partners in the feasibility study of the FCC. We also continue to monitor the ILC status, getting ready to step in if there are possible movements there. And of course, we look forward to SNOMAS input to the science reach and ambition of these very exciting prospects of the future colliders. Cosmic Frontiers has grown into a very exciting and critical part of the HEP program. And I think Andy has covered many of that. And the LZ's first results, especially encouraging, even though just after 60 days of data taking, we already are setting the most sensitive limits over very large mass range of the weakly interacting massive particle WIMPs. A few words about, even though these are not the Frontiers program, but I think the foundational pieces, I really just cannot overstate the importance of advanced detector accelerator technologies, its impact on the future health of the overall community, not only serving as the backbone of your experiments and your facility, but some of these advances not only impact high energy physics, but also the field broadly, from the advanced detector technology to high field magnet to the superconducting RF. And this is actually coming from the condensed matter physics community, LCLS, LS2, LS2HE, and plus FRIP, all are the beneficiary of the really innovative processes and leadership HEP has demonstrated, advanced accelerated concepts. As we going into the multi-TeV collider, how do we really utilize the most tantalizing prospect in these plasma wave field technologies, and other advances are going to be key. So theory, actually, if I can spare me this, I really would like to take this opportunity to highlight Jim Segrist. I would call this the Jim Segrist legacy. He firmly believed the theory program, and that actually speaks to the power of being a bureaucratic fed, because he could really influence the field. I think Jim, earlier in his tenure in also science, saw the really important role theory can play. And he then worked with the team to build and grow this program. I think the next P5 hopefully will guide us in an additional role theory can play. And similarly for core research, I think I do want to mention one very key point, which is the interwoven nature of core research, facility operation, and the project design. I think that's very unique in the HEP field versus other physics field that are of the science stewards. Your experiments really require that interdependency. And we have seen that just by growing the project funding without companion growth in research or in companion growth in facility operation, will limit the future growth of the, and that is something that we are hoping, we're already taking steps to address, but hoping that the SNOMAS and the P5 could also help us with that. So let me quickly, 2 minutes, okay. Key elements of successful P5. We look at the success of the last study, well informed by the science community. I think Steve has mentioned that it's a messy process, but every voice counts, and having that going through that well informed process by the science community really made a huge difference. You had to set a grand long range vision, face budget constraint realistically. Community made tough choices. That is something congressional leaders especially appreciate. The tough choice have to be made by us. And while we're making those tough choices, we have to make sure that we have a balanced portfolio. And the last is especially key, community engagement, critical success. And the last quote, maybe from Jim Segrist, or even could be attributed to Pat Damer, bickering scientists get nothing. Keep that in mind. Bickering scientists get nothing. As you get into the P5, SOMAS and P5 process, coming up with a unified, compelling voice is critical. So I can skip this. So the last P5, we have really a very robust, comprehensive but also very thoughtful process from the before P5, well informed by the science community. Communities stay engaged throughout the P5 process, even after the P5 report is rolled out, including targeted engagement, as Steve mentioned earlier. Those are really, really key. But I think the last part is even important, is that even after the release of the P5, continue updating it, engagement, and inform the community as the progress. That helps the community to stay on the radar of the decision makers, but also show that what you have delivered since the resources being applied to you. So let me just quickly mention, I think already my NSF colleague already has mentioned, there are several pieces that are feeding into the next P5. The SNOMAS will provide the community scientific vision. We have the NASM, the Cato survey as an external independent vetting of the science, plus broader or new perspective. We also, thanks to Joanne, we have the next PPAP, international benchmarking, where they kick off. Hopefully will inform the global nature of the program. So let me leave you with this. I agree with Steve that facing a realistic budget scenario is important, but without a grand, long-term, exciting, bold, ambitious vision, realistic budget will get you nowhere. So vision is very, very critical. And then you make tough choices, you make prioritization, you make a balanced program. We also would like to strongly encourage you all to consider a balanced portfolio, small, mid-scale, and large projects. But the next bullet is key. Please do take serious consideration, not only the project costs. Once the projects are done, there's very substantial operating costs. There's also, we need to continue to invest in research program to be able to take advantage of the facility, but also to pave way for the future technology R&D for the future. So again, community engagement, including this week's SNOMAS study, will be key. And really would like to thank the organizer of the SNOMAS process, but really this is going to be a long and torturous road. We look for strong partnership with community. We really need your input. We need your support. We need your unity to help advance the whole field. So with that, thank you very much.
Okay. So the next speaker will be Leah Merminga. Hi. Who is the new director for MELAB. And my boss.
What on? So does this work? Yes. So drag it down, but it's forward. Other one.
Okay, very good. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation. So when I thought about the title of my talk, Building for Discovery came to mind, as you will see. It's going to be self-evident. So a very quick overview of Fermilab. Fermilab is our National Particle Physics and Accelerator Laboratory. It operates the largest US accelerator complex and second largest in the world. It has about 1,900 staff and on the order of 600 million per year budget. It sits on 6,800 acres of federal land, and the facilities are being used by more than 4,000 scientists from over 50 countries around the world. And as we move into the next 50 years, our vision remains to solve the mysteries of matter, energy, space, and time for the benefit of all. And so to do this, of course, we rely on our core capabilities, which include accelerator science and technology, advanced computer science, visualization and data, of course, particle physics, and large-scale user facilities and advanced instrumentation. An integral and essential aspect of our mission is our research community and hosting it and nurturing it. As we mentioned, we have more than 4,000 scientists from 55 countries come to Fermilab to use the facilities and the computers and the detectors for their research. And this includes more than 2,200 scientists from 175 US universities and labs across the country. And part of this is Fermilab is attracting and training the next generation of a diverse HEP scientific workforce with more than 100 postdocs, nearly 300 graduate students, and more than 50 undergraduate interns. And as we welcome scientists to Fermilab to do the research, our scientists go around the world as well to do their research, including at CERN, at the CERN facility in South Dakota, Snow Lab in Canada, South Pole Telescope, Ash River Laboratory in Minnesota, and so on. And our core mission for the lab is following and executing the 2014 P5 plan. The flagship projects, LBNF Dune PIP2 and the High-Lumi LHC upgrades, anchor the program, but as we know, they take many years to realize. Simultaneously, however, Fermilab pursues a broad research effort in high energy physics, and the goal, as the P5 report wrote, is to have a continuous stream of exciting results that attract and build and retain a diverse user community and a scientific workforce. And we'll talk about that in a minute in more detail. And as we heard from Harriet, Fermilab projects drive funding growth for the entire HEP, as Harriet told us a little earlier. So let me in the next few minutes give you an overview of the major science and technology initiatives and share with you our vision and our priorities for the laboratory. And they follow this, they more or less map. I'll use these categories, but they effectively map into the P5 drivers. So Fermilab's highest priority is the completion of the LBNF and Dune endeavor as a whole. And Dune is going to be the world's most capable neutrino experiment, driven by the long baseline neutrino facility and the PIP2 upgrade of the Fermilab accelerator complex. Our vision when LBNF and Dune is complete is that US and Fermilab are universally acknowledged as the world leaders in neutrino science for decades to come. And PIP2 is the upgrade, as I mentioned, to the accelerator complex to enable the world's most intense beam of neutrinos. LBNF is the dual site, long baseline detector facility with caverns at Fermilab and in South Dakota, 1 mile underground to house powerful detectors. And Dune is the experiment itself, which is a next generation neutrino experiment based on liquid argon technology, detector technology. The scientific objectives for Dune are truly profound and include understanding the origin of matter by investigating leptonic CP violation, neutrino star and black hole formation, and the unification of forces. And I'd like to point out that LBNF and Dune is the first internationally conceived, constructed, and operated mega science project hosted on US soil by the Department of Energy. So as I mentioned, LBNF and Dune US sits on two sites. Near site is in Batavia, Illinois, and far site is at the Sanford Underground Research Facility in Lead, South Dakota, where the near site includes the primary and neutrino beam line, upgradable to 2.4 megawatts, and the contributions to the near site detector. And the far site includes caverns, the excavation for the caverns to host 4 very capable detectors, infrastructure, facilities, cryogenics, as well as the US contribution to 2 of the far site detectors. The Dune collaboration is managed by the the Dune experiment, sorry, is managed by the International Dune Collaboration. It has right now more than 1,400 members from many institutions and 37 countries around the world. Gina Ramica and Sergio Bertolucci are the co-spokespersons. You see the demographics here, and Fermilab is preparing ourselves to host the entire LBNF and Dune, let's say, endeavor, as well as the Dune collaboration. So to that end, we have already established an international engagement office to coordinate with our international partners. And we're in the process of putting together a host lab task force that's going to be headed jointly by the 2 deputy laboratory directors, the deputy director for research and the deputy director for operations. And this task force is going to delineate what it all entails to be the host lab for the entire Dune collaboration. They are going to complete their planning at the end of this year, and then we're going to work together with HEP to execute the plan. So we're taking this very seriously, and we want to be ready starting in 2024, both at Fermilab and at SERF, to welcome the international community to do neutrino science here. So I'll give you a brief update now on how the project is going, LBNF US and recent achievements. So as we heard from Harriet, the project is being executed through 5 sub-projects. The total TPC has been stable since roughly 2019 at 3.13 million. 3.13 billion. The far site excavation is proceeding on time and on budget. At the moment is about 33% complete, and it is in the baseline approval process. Is up to baseline. The far site excavation sub-project has been scheduled in July this month, and the detector installation begins in 2024, and CERN and our partners are ready for the production and to come and start to install detector equipment in the far side. As we heard from Harriet again, and we're very grateful to DOE for providing a new funding profile to the project, which accelerates the beam-on date to LBNF, to Dune, to March of 2031. And this is significant acceleration compared to the previous profile. It reduces several risks, and it is very much aligned and responsive to our international partners' schedules, as well as addresses concerns they had. And here is a photograph, a couple of weeks, I guess it was last week. The new director of the Office of Science, Dr. Berger, that you see here, visited the far site, and and so this photograph is taken at 4850 level underground, and she spent quite a considerable amount of time visiting the facility over there. And this is the open cut where the rock that's being excavated, which is going to be in the end 800,000 tons, is being deposited. And when LBNF excavation is all done, only 1% of this huge open cut is going to be filled. So as we heard, this past few days, we had the CD1 reaffirmation review. Okay, sorry. Okay, all right, I'll stand still here then. So, so we had the CD1 reaffirmation review, July 11th to 15th. And here I've summarized a number of key takeaways from this review. The first and most important message was that the review committee of about 30 experts expressed strong support for the competitiveness and complementarity of Dune with Hyper-K. And this is a very important message, especially as this review considered the analysis of alternatives. Second, they recognized considerable improvements across the entire project, which includes the new funding guidance from the Office of Science that we talked earlier, significant technical progress across all 5 sub-projects, and we talked about the far site excavation, which is 33% complete, a positive change in the project culture and atmosphere. They used words such as open, transparent, and disciplined, which is also very important. Verbatim, they said the project team is the strongest that the committee has seen on this project, working well and focusing on the important issues. Furthermore, the design and build to cost strategy with not to exceed cost constraint that they had recommended in an earlier review is starting to have a positive impact. And also they reiterated there is a need to constantly reinforce and execute to this approach, which is what we intend to do. And they validated our vision for Fermilab to be the host lab for LBNF and Dune, the program and the collaboration. And they also acknowledge that the focus of the entire laboratory organization to give priority to LBNF and Dune were not worthy. The project costs are understood and stable since about 2019 at about 3 billion. However, as we all know, we do live in extraordinary times right now. And just like all other projects within the Office of Science, LBNF and Dune also experiencing the external conditions such as impacts from COVID, from inflation, supply chain, and so on. So the committee recommended that we continue to work together with the HEP program in order to evaluate and estimate the cost and schedule range and then proceed to CD1 RR, which we plan, ISAB, which we plan to do later this year. And I'd like to say here that it is our strong preference to try to keep the total project cost as close to 3.13 billion. And we're going to explore multiple ways to do that in order not to burden the program and the system overall. So moving on to PIP2 now. PIP2 is an international accelerator project, and the upgrade, maybe I should point out, PIP2 is going to sit on this side of the Wilson Hall, as shown here. This is the cryogenic plant building, which is already almost complete. And this is the Lina Gallery, and the accelerator will be housed in a tunnel underneath the Linac Gallery. So the project received CD3 approval for construction April 18th, and the Linac complex RFP has been issued already, and we expect to begin construction this fall. The Kraupland building is complete. We have built the front end of the accelerator to about roughly 20 MeV, including the first two types of cryomodules, and we've accelerated beam that satisfies the PIP2 requirements, all except, of course, of energy. So we have validated the front end of the machine, and we are now building the high beta 650 prototype cryomodule together with our partners. You can see here Olivier Napoli, originally from CA Saclay, who is visiting. This is a first of its kind cryomodule, and it does take advantage of the advances in superconducting RF that we have done at Fermilab. And PIP2 is the first particle accelerator built in the US with significant contributions from international partners on the order of 300 million. And most importantly, it is the expertise and the experience and the capabilities that these international partners bring to us that is even more valuable, arguably. And one word, I guess our numbers differ a little bit, Harriet, we need to scrap this, but between LBNF, PIP2, and Dune, the in-kind contributions, they are on the order of $1 billion, with 260 roughly towards LBNF, 400 to Dune, and about 300 to PIP2. And here I'd like to point out that Fermilab is breaking a new ground in putting in place the framework that allows us to receive and accept and work with the partners at that scale. And we've done, of course, that in collaboration with DOE and other agencies. Moving on, as the P5 report told us, we need to have an integrated neutrino program. So to that end, we have launched the short baseline neutrino program, which goes in parallel to the long baseline program, NOVA, and eventually Dune. And the goals of the short baseline program are multifold: to attract a national and international community to Fermilab that's going to move from the short baseline ultimately to Dune, to perform experiments with the liquid argon detector technology and validate that, because that's technology used for Dune, and to establish and train a diverse community of researchers that are needed for Dune. But very importantly, SPN has a compelling scientific mission in its own right, and its scientific mission is to resolve the 4.8 sigma mini-boon low energy excess with the possibility of discovering sterile neutrinos. And recently there were some important news that took a lot of publicity. Moving on now to Collider Science and the US CMS collaboration. Our vision here is that Fermilab continues to be the leading US center for CMS and the second leading center in the world after our partner CERN. Here I'd like to make an important comment. CERN is not only our European sister laboratory, it is our strongest partner in so many ways. For more than 2 decades, Fermilab has played a significant role in the LHC. Now CERN is playing a significant role in Dune. And Fermilab, in addition, is host of the US CMS, which is 27% of the entire CMS collaboration. Our capabilities in terms of accelerator and detector R&D have enabled us to contribute to construction of the high LUMI LHC upgrade projects, both on the detector and on the accelerator. And as well, we very much look forward to contributing with R&D to the future circular collider at CERN as well. And in the interest of time, I'm going to skip, except to point out the recent, of course, W boson mass result, which turned out to be in tension with the standard model, and there was the publication in Science. Importantly, Fermilab is the host laboratory for USCMS, and as such, it hosts a tier 1 center facility, a tier 1 facility, which is the world's largest outside CERN. And in addition, contributes to R&D on computing and software and exploits high performance computing. We also host the LHC Physics Center, or LPC, which is established as a center of excellence with missions on research, training, and user support. And one important message is our remote operations center is back in operations, and starting next month, we're going to welcome the community to come and sit in our ROC and take data from the LHC operating. And of course, that has a lot of benefits and for the entire community. And it has been, we have not been accepting users so far, but we're opening up again. So that's important. Precision science, our vision here is that we are a world center for accelerator-based charged lepton flavor violation and dark matter experiments, driven by the intense beams that we have at Fermilab, and even more that will produce with PIP2 and the booster replacement. As you know, we have 2 facilities. NUN G-2 is in operation, and previous speakers spoke about the results. And then NU2E is a new experiment under construction with the expected completion date 2025. And when we have PIP2 and the new campus infrastructure in place, that will enable us to even higher precision science experiments. For cosmic science, we aspire to be essential partners in world-leading endeavors about cosmic science experiments, including cosmic microwave background. And we also want to contribute to a coordinated campaign of experiments in the laboratory to detect and to study the properties of dark matter particles. And we have some unique capabilities, including the silicon detector facility, sub-Kelvin low background cryogenic facilities such as Nexus, and of course the new integrated engineering research center that are going to be of service to the entire community. Accelerator science and technology is enabling technology. We want to remain world leaders to enable the next generation of particle accelerators and to advance the mission of the Office of Science as a whole. And we also, of course, want to pursue accelerator science as a science in its own right. And to that end, we house a unique facility, IOTA and FAST, which is a unique platform for accelerator science. And recently, we had the world's first experimental demonstration of optical stochastic cooling in this ring with a publication accepted in Nature. And our capabilities on accelerator science and technology span accelerator and beam physics, superconducting RF and cryogenics, high field magnets, and high power targetry, very important for LBNF and for the muon production capabilities. And of course, we want to modernize our facilities, lab spaces, control systems. And to that end, we have initiatives such as ACORN, which is for a new control system for accelerators, and a robotics initiative, which is actually quite cute. Those were the major S&T initiatives, but now we have three primary emerging science and technology initiatives or capabilities that include quantum information and our SQMS National Quantum Center. Let me just go quickly here. So the vision for our quantum center is to develop and deploy Fermilab's first quantum computer enabled by our expertise, our own expertise in superconducting RF technology and cryogenics, and ultimately use this computer to enhance HEP research back again, and also to demonstrate qubits of superior performance, which are then can be transferred to industry. And I have some information here. The second emerging initiative is AI and machine learning. 3 primary thrusts here. One is AI on a chip, real-time fast AI integrated into the sensor. Second is AI machine learning for optimal operations of accelerators and experiments. And the third is uncertainty quantification and bias. And the third is microelectronics and detector R&D. We have developed expertise in microelectronics, in cryogenic electronics because of the needs for Dune. And now we use that to expand in collaboration with other institutions. And in 2021 received an award for microelectronics co-design research. We also have a detector R&D strategic plan, which puts emphasis on 2 thrusts. One is picosecond timing. The second is detectors using liquid argon and xenon. And we house the Fermilab's test beam facility with a new irradiation test area, which is also in the service of the National Detector Program. So all of this, so now you see why I called it Building for Discovery. That goes very well for Fermilab. So Fermilab truly executes the P5 plan. I've listed here all of the projects that we're executing right now. Those with the P5 sign directly come from the 2014 P5 report. There are some others, but and the message here is that there is, as more space becomes available, then the next generation, I guess, and the next P5 plan is going to fill those gaps as they become available. But our focus, if it's not clear so far, is executing and completing the P5 vision in a timely manner. So, and of course, securing a vibrant future for US HEP with Joel and a lot of participation in this meeting. So I'd like to summarize here with leave you with the following thoughts. As in the past 2-3 months, as I'm trying to understand our program, I've come to realize that our mission is strong, compelling, and beautiful, and our community as a whole is truly world-class, including, of course, all my Fermilab colleagues. And Fermilab, along our national and international partners, remains laser-focused on executing the P5 vision. LBNF and Dune is our highest priority, and through partnerships, we're building a highly capable, world-leading neutrino program, which is going to secure US leadership in a key element of the global particle physics program. And going forward, we of course are very actively involved in SNOMAS and following towards the next P5 plan. And this next point is the intellectual vitality and the open and inclusive culture of Fermilab must be retained because they are essential for the health, not only of the laboratory, but of our field as a whole. And so I had not coordinated with Steve or Harriet, but my message is the same here. By defining a bold yet realistic vision and a new strategic plan with P5, together we can ensure that US remains a global leader in high energy physics. And I'd like to conclude by thanking you for your support and commitment, thanking, of course, DOE and our international partners. And I want to invite you to come back to Fermilab, please. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Joanne Hewitt, who is the research director at SLAC and is also the chairperson of the HEPAP subpanel. Panel, excuse me. Getting late.
How do I advance? I click?
You can click arrow keys or the.
Oh, the button, the keys work? Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, good evening, everybody. As everyone has said today, speakers always start their talks out with, oh, thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. But today we all really mean it. It is truly a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to see each and every one of you in 3 dimensions and remember how tall you are. And to just bump into you without planning a 30-minute Zoom meeting for it. So thank you. The advantage at speaking last of the day is that my talk's been mostly given by everybody else during the day. So hopefully I can make up some time because I'm acutely aware that there's not only me, but a panel discussion standing between you all and dinner. I'm going to start here at the end of the last P5 report. And as has been said many times today, it's just been extraordinarily successful. The report has spawned numerous international agreements, more than you can list on a page. I forgot how to use a laser pointer. I put this picture here. I particularly liked it because it showed that the pandemic didn't stop any of us. We're still signing international agreements over Zoom. The budget has grown tremendously, really beyond our expectations. The Office of Science as a whole enjoyed a spectacular budget growth during this time frame, and the success of the P5 report and the plan and its welcoming reception is really what helped high energy physics capture our share of that growth. So that was a very important achievement for us. Click the slide. You told me the arrows would work. But I moved the thing. Okay, now I'm clicking the slide and I'm getting pop-up windows. Oh, do I left click? Oh, the arrow keys work. Windows. Okay. So HEPAP, the P5 plan was building for a decade and it came out in 2014. And so a decade was sort of till 2024. And so halfway through in 2019, HEPAP took a year-long assessment on the progress that was being made on the plan, both by the community in our efforts in terms of executing the plan and the agencies in their efforts in implementing the plan. We looked at the status of the science drivers. Science is not static. We expect it to be dynamic. We expect things to change 5 years in. Are these still the right questions? Are these still the most pressing questions? And we looked at checks and balances in terms of carrying out the plan. The report here, that the link for our is just a short 1-pager summary of our evaluation. You can go to our HEPAP webpage and see all of the beautiful talks that all of the representatives from all the different P5 projects gave. Our one-page report can be found at this link. And let me just hit a couple of highlights of the conclusions here today. First and foremost, these 5 science drivers continue to describe the most urgent questions in our field. P5 did a great job with the science drivers that, of course, was built on these 11 to 30 questions from the 2013 snowmass. Both of our agencies, NSF and DOE, have very closely followed the advice given in the P5 plan, and they've been very successful in managing to execute the plan. One thing that's kind of hidden in the details of the P5 plan is that the construction of LBNF Dune and how exactly that would take place and what exact time frame and funding was a little bit murky. And the construction for this project is further along than envisioned by the 2014 P5 report. And this is thanks to the generous support from the Congress and from the DOE Office of Science. The timely construction of this project is critical to achieving our national priorities. And in this report, there's a science target date for 2035. And I think the number is 120 kilotons times megawatt times years in terms of protons on target there at SURF. And lastly, for the assessment conclusions, I'm just going to read out this paragraph because I think it's very important. While investments over the past 5 years have focused on construction, it will be important to balance the components of the AGP budget to continue successful execution of the plan. Operations of newly constructed experiments require full support to reap their scientific goals. An AGP research program needs strong support to fully execute the plan. What this is really saying is that the plan cannot be executed without the people to do it. It needs you. We need folks to build the experiments. We need folks to operate the experiments. We need folks to interpret the experiments. And we need these folks to be supported. So 8 years into the plan, what's our report card? This is this eye chart here. This is the list of the P5 projects from all of them, okay, small to large. Time ordered, this is a slice in time with the start of 2015, which is when the P5 plan really took into effect here at the left, all the way out the decade to the end of 2024. And it's really exciting when you take a look back and you see how far we have actually progressed with these projects. 8 of these projects have been completed and are now in operations or commissioning. In particular, 4 of them received their CD4, which is basically the completion of fabrication during the pandemic, with DESI and LZ in 2020 and Facet 2 and LSST CAM in 2021. 4 of the projects are now at CD2 or 3, which means they've been baselined or under construction. 3 of the projects are at CD1, so they're preparing for baseline. And there's 1 project still at mission need, but ready to move forward. There's also been a broad portfolio of smaller projects as envisioned by P5 and put into the plan that have successfully executed and brought about science. And just to get a sense of what we have accomplished in these last 8 years, for the 8 projects that have completed in transmission and transition to commissioning our operations, here's the results. This is really cool. And in putting this together, I realized just 1 plot per thing. It covers all 5 science drivers. You've got Higgs, you've got neutrinos, you've got the dark matter plot that's 10 days old. You've got cosmic inflation, and you've got exploring the unknown. You even have accelerator R&D. So the breadth of what's been accomplished and completed since the last P5 is really tremendous, and it's due to a lot of hard work from our community and support from the agencies. And again, science is not static, it's dynamic. There's a lot of new programs and initiatives. Others have spoke towards these during the day, so I'm not going to really say much except that some of the largest ones in terms of impact in our field have been QIS. We've heard a lot about that today. QIS, we've been able to use our HEP technology to advance QIS, and we've been able to apply those QIS advances to advance our own HEP science. Machine learning, very important for us. The dark matter new initiatives, this has opened up, as Satoshi said this morning, to orders of magnitude of increase in terms of where we can search for dark matter candidates, and microelectronics. And last on the list, but certainly not least, is the effort to renew our workforce. And I hope everyone here is thinking of proposals to submit to the funding opportunity deadline that's this summer, August, I believe. So here we are, starting out on the path of our new strategic plan. How do we know that the time is right? Well, one way to tell is to go back to this eye chart and look at what the colors mean on these bars. So the green bars are experiments that are currently operating, or if you like, yesterday's projects lead to today's science. Okay. The blue bars are the projects that are currently under construction. So today's projects lead to tomorrow's science. And then the yellow bars are planning for the next decade. A healthy program really needs a mix of all three. It needs a mix of the scale of the projects from small, medium to large scale. It needs a mix of the scientific portfolio from all of our different frontiers, but it also needs a mix of the stages of the experiments that are being built. You look at 2014 or beginning of 2015 here at the end of this, you see that there really wasn't a lot of green. We really didn't have a lot of blue, but boy, we had a lot of yellow. Okay, we had a lot of things that were in planning mode or R&D mode, and we're not yet ready to move forward to fabrication. Now, this orange line is where we are today in 2022, and you see that we have a lot of green. We've got some blue left. There's some big projects left, but there's hardly any yellow. Okay. So if we march forward towards the next decade, we need more yellow down here. That's why we need the new P5 plan, and that is really why we need you guys here at SNOMAS to tell us what are the new exciting scientific opportunities to fill out, okay, to perform the R&D so that we can build the experiments and do this science over the next decade. So this is the timeline. This is what Jim Segrist showed at his last HEPAP talk last spring. It's been arduous. There was a pause. Started really with the European strategy process, which finished up in 2020. Then you had the Astro-Decadal Survey. You have SNOMAS, which is where we are now. You've got the Academy's EPP Decadal Survey, and then P5 starting out after that. It's a lot of moving parts. And you look at this and you say, haven't we kind of strategized to death? Each one of these actually serves its own role in the process and is very important. We're here at SNOMAS in July of 2022, and you know what that means? P5 hasn't started yet. So I'm not going to say a lot about the next P5 in my last couple of slides here. We'll talk more about that at the end of the meeting. The one thing I will say, because I think each and every one of you is going to come up to me during a coffee break and ask me this question, so I might as well just say it now. No, the panel members have not yet been selected. And yes, there is room for new projects. But I really want to conclude with the fact that we're here in SNOMAS now. And I'd like to echo a lot of what Steve said in his talk that started out this afternoon session. Oh, sorry. First, I had slides on every single thing. How much time do I have left? Are we getting late? Okay, I can do it in 5. I've got a highlight summary slide for each of these each of these processes that preceded snowmass. So here's the European particle physics strategy was chaired by Helena Abramovitz. You can look at my slides on Indigo as well as anybody, as well as me standing here reading it to you. There's a lot of high priority future initiatives. They're focused on accelerators. An accelerator R&D was actually one of the first ones listed, is to ramp up the accelerator R&D for future technologies. That's incredibly important for the future of the energy frontier. Synergies with neighboring fields, nuclear physics, astroparticle. They also pointed out other essential scientific activities. There's a list of these, as well as environmental and society impact discussed. As Steve made the point that this is the responsibility of every one of us, and every working group here at Snowmass should also be thinking about this. There's this international benchmarking panel. Particle physics is a global field. BSAC, the advisory panel for the Basic Energy Sciences program at the Department of Energy, had an international benchmarking panel, took like a year to put this together. They're a slightly different field. They're a little more competitive than we are internationally. And so instead of being competitive in high energy physics, we want to take the stance of what makes the US a good global partner? What makes us a collaborator of choice, both for international researchers to come to the US and carry out their programs and their experiments, and realize I'm leaning down, and for US collaborators to go abroad and carry out the parts of our research program where the facilities are abroad. Bonnie and Patty are the two co-chairs, and they're going to be here and give a talk to you all. I believe it's next Sunday. The astrodecadal survey is very, very important for our field. There's a lot of connections between what they consider and what we consider. The report was released last fall. They went through a very similar process to us, where they collected of order 500 white papers and then tried to distill them into a set of recommendations. They're horrible at graphics. This is a charge for the next P5, is to do better than this. You think with astrophysics, they've got beautiful pictures, but they're horrible at graphics. But if you look at this pyramid of important programs and read through some of the different elements of this pyramid, you see the very, very strong connections with us, from new messengers and new physics. CMB stage 4 is on this pyramid, many different areas of overlap. And so their report is also an input to our planning process. The National Academy study, this has just been launched. We've heard about this earlier in the session. Jim talked about it. It's co-chaired by Maria and Michael. And they're also going to have a presentation on this. I think it's Sunday as well. And so I urge you to go to that and learn more about what they envision them to do. So back to snowmass. Snowmass is absolutely a critical part of the US strategic planning. It has been since 1982. I neglected to take pictures of all the reports that are proceedings that line my bookshelves in my office before I left. So I was Googling last night, and it turns out that snowmass is so important, you can buy 3 of these proceedings online from Amazon. No joke. 1990, least desirable. It's only $8.45. It's only $8. B physics was $40, but the 1982 proceedings, now that's the gem, at $40. So if you're missing that proceedings from your office bookshelves and you're hankering to get one, you know where to go. One thing that's impressive, actually, since we're talking about this, about the cover of the 1982 proceedings, it's a postage stamp here, but this is a list of names. Those are all the authors of papers in the proceedings. That was back when we can put the authors on the name of the proceedings on the cover. Okay, so what makes snowmass so important? There's a set of unique features of snowmass that is really just a highlight of our field and of Snowmass itself. It's community driven. It's us, bottom up. It's what we want to do. It's not what anybody's telling us to do. It's science driven. It's what we want to do because we want to do the science, because it's pressing, it's urgent, exciting. Everyone can contribute. Everyone, anyone. I was a graduate student when I first went back in the dark ages, and loved it. Had a wonderful time. Worked with new people, worked in a new area. It was instrumental to me getting my job. So for you early career researchers out there, make the most of this. It's a full coverage of the field. It's perhaps the only time where we really get together and think about the field as a whole and how we unify and relate to each other. And we bring our different science communities together. Where else are you going to get underground facilities to talk to telescope people? It brings different generations of researchers together. The early career folks and the senior folks that have been around forever can sit down together and talk and meet each other. And it defines the key scientific questions and the approaches, not just the question, but the approaches. How are we going to answer these questions? How do we address them? And it's these results that guide the direction of our field and the next P5, but it's you guys, it's Snowmass that really guides the direction of the field. And that is really given in the history of these reports, starting with 1982. Okay, so how do you Snowmass? I put a registered trademark on there because I think Chris Quigg, sitting in the front row, has a trademark on that phrase. How to Snowmass? These 10 days will be very busy. The Indigo schedule is so busy you can't even read it. I think I need magnifying glasses on top of my glasses in order to read it. It's finally here. There's been 2 years of Zoom meetings, at everybody's Zoom meetings and studies, a lot of work, a lot of presentations, a lot of discussion over Zoom within one focused area. The studies are mainly complete. Working group reports are preliminary drafts. Hundreds of white papers are written, talks have been given. What do you do now? Go outside your sphere. Steve said this. I'm just going to repeat it because it's so important. Go outside your sphere. You know your sphere. Whatever it is you did, whatever you contributed, you know that better than anybody else. But you don't know what somebody over there in another frontier has done, why that's important, why that's interesting. Go to meetings, learn something new, meet somebody new. You'll be colleagues with them for the rest of your lives. Attend meetings outside your own frontier. Nobody can go to everything, there's just way too much, but participate as much as you can. That's what you came here to do. Learn to appreciate the full breadth and wonder of our field. The breadth of the field really is fantastic in terms of all the different technologies, all the different things, all the science problems, and how they're really addressing the same basic questions. Discuss. Don't just sit there and talks all day, kind of like we did today, but discuss. Talk to people on coffee breaks, have discussion sessions during your parallel sessions. Don't just sit there and talks. And also be cognizant of the fact that only 2 of us that are registered are here in person. It's very hard, as we know, from sitting over Zoom over the last 2 years to really fully participate virtually. So, you know, folks raise their hand over Zoom and want to answer a question, involve them in the discussion too. So we're one community. We want to speak in one unified voice that represents all. Ever since I've been in science, there's been this analogy to we're wagons in a circle and we either shoot inwards at each other and we really want to shoot outwards. And I don't understand why we're shooting. I really don't. Okay. We've come a long ways, as I just said, each of us in our own individual frontier wagon. And here at Snowmass, we've circled those wagons in a circle. The first image I pulled up had exactly the right number of wagons. for each frontier and both of our agencies, NSF and DOE, because it takes all of us. So we're circled together. We're going to come out in the middle, have our campfires, discuss, talk, look up at the stars in the sky, get inspired, and meet each other, and realize that we're one unified field trying to do something very impressive and dramatic and unique. So go out there and have fun. And let's not even think too much about P5, please. Let's just focus on doing snowmass right. Because if you do snowmass right, that's the best thing you can do for P5.
Okay, so why don't you sit at the table over there, and we'll have the other speakers join us. And we will proceed to something like a half an hour of Q&A. We'll do our best. Yes. So you're going to give the two mics.
Yeah.
To people in front. Okay. So we'll have somebody give you a mic when it's time to talk. And we're going to alternate questions between the Google Doc and in-person questions here. So I think we're starting with the Google Doc. Is that the plan?
Okay.
Okay.
We can start with the Google Doc. Again, I want to thank everyone for all their input. It's of course going to be impossible to address all of the questions live, and I'm going to try to synthesize some of them so that we can try to get through some of it, but we'll have to also go through and answer on the document as well. So maybe the largest number of questions on the Google Doc actually had to do with a theme that Steve raised beginning in his first talk, and that is the need for our field to address diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I guess the question that I have for Joanne and Steve, and then for the agency representatives as well, is how can we at SNOMAS do our job well to help you help us address diversity, equity, and inclusion? You have mics. Your mics are there.
Did you want Joanne to start?
Whoever, I guess let's have Joanne start and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, so diversity, equity, and inclusion is something near and dear to many of us. And it's been an issue for us for a long period of time. And really, only recently are we starting to recognize that, discuss it, and make serious attempts. Steve showed the pie chart at the beginning of his talk, and I don't think the pie chart would have been too different back a few years ago. Slight gains. So what can we do? Each one of us in our frontiers, there are some unique aspects to higher energy physics in terms of the fact that we're such a global collaboration. We go elsewhere. Many of us go elsewhere internationally to do our work, to run our experiments. The theorists travel around to their meetings to discuss. How do we make the field more welcoming as a whole? It's a really good question.
So maybe if there's anyone
have a
else that
good
wants to
answer.
take a shot at addressing
Yeah.
that, otherwise we can move on to the next question. We have a lot to go through.
Yeah, the other thing I would just say is one of the questions in the Google Doc, which by the way, thank you for all those very stimulating and important questions. I think there was a question, has there ever been any evidence that P5 report has addressed diversity, equity, and inclusion? And I took the sense of the question, if we do all this work, will it matter? Which is a good question. And I think the answer is yes. But let me try to explain an important point, which is P5, and I think it will be true here too, gets a charge. And it's told what to work on. And the results of P5 through HEPAP give advice to the agencies. But there's also giving advice to every university and institution that helps to create, negative environments. And the agencies have some programs or starting some programs. In case of NSF, have been there for a while. And those are the sorts of recommendations that could conceivably, I think, be made. The key thing is, what are the frontiers and what can SNOMAS provide in this direction? Recommendations in a report like this have to be well motivated and actionable. They can't just be a statement of desire. They have to be clear and actionable. And there has to be somebody who's going to perform the action. Is it an agency thing? Is it hiring at universities? What is it who receives the recommendation of the action? And I think that's the kind of thing that can also be discussed here so that there can be real change. And of course, a lot of us are participating in both APS IDEA and the Team Up report workshops and are keenly aware of those things as well for context. I hope that addresses the question. If not, please ask again.
I thought of something that actually answered the question instead of what I said before as well, in addition to what Steve said. Something that each frontier can do here is dedicate some discussion time to this topic, and then dedicate some space in your report to these actionable recommendations that Steve just discussed. Dedicate time to the topic and then include it in your report, and then that will be go forward and looked at.
The last thing I would say is, although P5 gets all this attention, why wait for P5? I think that it's something that ought to get into P5 report in some way, but it also can be strongly featured in the SNOMAS reports and in what we all come away from. And then it doesn't end after SNOMAS.
So I'd like to make one point, which is that this is a question in the Google Doc and that all of you are encouraged to respond to it and continue the discussion. That's one of the advantages of doing this. Now I'm going to try an experiment. I'm going to ask the audience, if they have questions, to raise their hand, and I'm going to watch how many of you try to click an icon on your laptop. You actually have a hand, and you actually can raise it. So are there any questions from the in-person audience? Okay, there's one. That's good. So somebody will bring you a mic.
Great. Thank you all for very engaging talks. So this question is mostly for NSF and James Shank. So I appreciated your discussion of the NSF initiatives and in particular the New Technology Directorate. And I wanted to solicit your thoughts about its relationship to fundamental science. As you said, it's not primarily a fundamental science project, but DOE has recently stood up the Accelerator R&D and Production Office, for example. And while it's in parallel, primarily technology, things like magnets, lasers, accelerators, all these things that we've heard talked about really have impact on fundamental R&D. So I just wanted to invite your comments on that, and of course, anyone else on the panel.
Yeah, thanks. So the new TIP directorate is still being formed, and we don't really know exactly how it's going to turn out, but clearly fundamental scientific research is part of it. We want that to turn into something that technology can take over. So it's connected. Exactly how, it's not clear yet. There are some fields that are clearly connected. I think it's clear we're going to do quantum information science is going to be tightly connected with TIP in the near future. That's kind of the vision of our NSF director also. He is into that kind of science, and so he wants to push it. And also the now AD, the assistant director of the new directorate, his background is in computing, and he is going to push quantum information also. So that's probably one of the first ones that's going to trigger the formation of the new tip, but there will be more to follow.
Anyone else wish to? Well, you should ask.
Okay, so another question that was on the Google Doc had to do with the cap, if you will, or the cost that was quoted for LBNF doing the $3.13 billion. And both Dr. Kung and Dr. Merminga, you talked about that. Now we know we're in an environment where inflation is higher than that, and there's all sorts of other stresses. Are there particular strategies? I guess what's being asked in essence is, how strong is your commitment to maintain that cost?
I was hoping
A
Harriet would
negotiation.
start. As I said, LBNF in June is the highest priority of Fermilab. And I must say that back in March, when Harriet and Steve Binkley showed up at the Resource Review Board, that is a board of all the international partners for Dune, and they expressed their commitment to the project and the new funding profile that accelerated its completion by roughly 20 months is what made me accept my job. So this is a very important statement. I feel and I believe strongly that it is in the benefit of our entire field in the US to successfully complete this mega science project on time, according to which is actually very close to the original P5 specifications. Projections. We can have the 120 megawatt kiloton years by 2037, which is in the 2035 timeframe. So it is for the credibility and of our field, both to ourselves, to the funding agencies, to the Congress, and to our international partners to complete this successfully. And so my commitment is unwavering. And also because, of course, the science is amazing, and we want to get there. Now, I can say that we're going to work together with DOE and scrub, as the committee told us, the budget and everything, and the project plan and the schedule. Any possibilities we identify for additional, let's say, in-kind contributions, and there may be those we're going to explore and exploit. If there are costs that are now on project that legitimately are operating costs, we're going to look into that. And I am committed to make every effort to support those. And then the last resort would be scope, but that already has been done. So I'm not sure whether the benefits of that are so great. But we're going to look at all this. And I want to just give you one example, recent example. LBNF Dune necessitates a new building at Fermilab for the production of targets and horns. It's called Target Systems Integration Building. It's on the order of $12 million. And we are working to reprogram other GPP funding in order to enable the construction of this building in a timely manner. So I'm already showing my commitment in practice, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Particularly, I especially applaud Leah's leadership, her commitment to explore options to hold to the projected cost of the project. I think what we also recognize is the very uncertain future that we're facing, from COVID to inflation to supply chain. So that's why I think we need to take a realistic view, while on one hand, trying to do our best to anticipate these growth, but also put in place preparation in case there are unexpected growth. So I think what we need to do is continue to work together between DOE and the project international teams. As Leah said, we have a few knobs to turn, but I think while our goal is to hold tight to that TPC, but we'll also need to be prepared to have some realistic barriers and really come up with contingency plan. That's what contingency is all about, to the known unknown and the unknown unknown, to be able to anticipate that and keep I think the overall goal that we want to deliver the project as soon as possible and in a successful manner is, I think that's the shared goal between us, the community, and Fermilab.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on. Are there questions from inside the room? There, I think Vladimir.
Vladimir Shiltsev, Fermilab. A question to Steve Reed. From your presentation, it did sound like previous SNOMAS P5 combo was the best possible out of many previous, similar type of considerations and discussions. Given all that, is there anything you would suggest us to make things better? Was there something that would make difference compared to previous process that we can implement this time? Improvements, suggestions, something we shouldn't do, for example.
You mean based on last time? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be up to the whole new P5, whoever they are. If you're asking, did the last P5 have any problems because of what came out of SNOMAS last time? I think the answer is no. I think everything that was needed got there. And then, of course, that spawned a whole community interaction process as well during P5. It doesn't end when SNOMAS is over, right? There's a lot of community engagement. So I think everything, there were additional things in my talk about things we, in hindsight, might have done differently or said differently in P5 report. And I tried to highlight those in my talk as well. So I think if this SNOMAS can add to those pieces of information, that would probably benefit the next P5. I don't know if that answers your question. It's about the best I could do, though.
Anyone else want to take a try at that, or should we move on? Sounds like we should move on.
Okay, there was a question in the Google Doc for Dr. Kung about the funding profile diagram, which was broken out by construction, operations, and research. And just trying to understand and ask you to expand maybe a little bit on your point that you showed that the increase in the funding was driven in many ways by the increase in construction. But I think your point was, and I'm asking you, that was because the case was made for that. And so the question is, how can we do a better job, or should we do a better job in making sure that that all facets of the program are strongly supported in the future? And there isn't some sense that, say, construction is happening at the expense of, which you said it wasn't, other parts of the program.
I think Joanne also commented on that from the HEPAP progress report. While there's really no guarantee that the funding going to project would have stayed in HEP, but at the same time, I think the program could have done a better job in space out the project in a way that the growth amongst the three components could be more balanced. I think that could be something the SNOMAS and especially the next P5 in terms of the phasing of the project could really help us in that sense. But at the same time, as I think I really firmly believe there, if you look at other programs in Office of Science, there has to be, for each of the component, really compelling vision in your research, in your facility operations, in your project, because these three often have very different stakeholders from the community, from the Hill, from the administration. And you need to have strong supporter for all three, but also make sure that the three really stitched together, integrated to form the overall program. And I also agree with Joanne that shooting from within is really not gonna help us. But I think it's important that as you're doing your SNOMAS and then eventual P5 process, each of the Ps has to be standing alone to have that compelling vision, but then also keeping in mind how do you stitch all three together. At least that's my view.
Are there any other responses? Joanne, did you want to expound on any more?
Something I've been thinking about in terms of how to attack an issue that is related to this in the next P5 report is how to estimate what a project is really going to cost and what the operations of that experiment is really going to cost. I think this is something, I mean, everybody does their best, right? I mean, here at SNOMAS, everybody is calculating some experiment they want to do. They're doing their absolute best to come up with a cost. But when you actually sit down with the engineers and the project people, stuff keeps getting added. And something that we need to think about is how to more accurately feed in the cost of the things that P5 is going to consider. And I think that would go a long way in terms of balancing all the different programs and the different frontiers. If we actually had more accurate costs that were a little bit more believable.
I think that's a very important point. Scientists often we're too optimistic when we do cost estimation. And I think sometimes engaging independent outside sources to help bound or validate these cost estimates will go a long way.
And it's not, I just want to say, it's not on purpose, right? I mean, everybody is doing their absolute honest best. It's
Yes,
just when you sit in and fold everything in, it always goes up.
Yeah, of course, this was a big focus. And I think each time we do a little bit better, certainly the National Academies in their decadal survey of astronomy and astrophysics put a lot of effort into that. I would just say it's complicated because you also want projects at various stages of maturity. The more mature projects are going to look more expensive because more is known. I don't think we want to discourage newer ideas just because their costs aren't that well known yet. So it's very, I'm agreeing, but I'm saying there's also a level of inherent uncertainty that actually probably reflects something good.
Okay, so I think we'll take.
I would just add, it is one reason why the last P5 had, I think, recommendation 5, which said these were the priorities based on our understanding of the cost. And if they change significantly or the timescales change significantly, there should be developed some sort of process for reevaluation to try to accommodate that aspect.
Okay, so we'll take one more question, either from the room or the Google Doc. So, well, what, go ahead.
Okay, I guess Meenakshi.
Hi, this is Meenakshi Narayan from Brown University. I have a question for Joanne about the benchmarking panel. And would you clarify how this benchmarking panel would get community input? Because one of the charge is about understanding US leadership in key areas. And this is what we are also discussing right now at SNOMAS, right? So it feels like there is going to be a SNOMAS input, and then there is the sub-panel input. And what if they don't jive with each other? how do they work with each other? And all of this goes eventually to P5 or something, right? To define what to do.
No, that's a very good question. It's a very important point. And there's several ways. First of all, the benchmark panel has several different subcommittees, and they've already been quite active in terms of soliciting information from the community. Obviously, they haven't emailed everybody, but I think PIs at institutions have heard from them already. They're going to be here at Snowmass. They're giving a presentation, and we delayed the report. Originally, the charge said that the report was to be due July 1st, and we've delayed it now until the next TPAT meeting, which will be end of October, precisely so that there can be input from the Snowmass reports into this panel.
You can
Yeah,
get it back.
Okay, I think they're literally just getting started, Mia.
Yeah, so
they're
it would be
literally
nice
just
to
getting
have
started.
broader community input is what I would like to request.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. They will get input.
Okay, so I think with that, we'll conclude today's session, except that we're going to invite Gordon back, who has some announcements. But
So-
I do want to say something. I suspect that this was one of the more tense days in your life. And I want to congratulate you on the performance of your team and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joel. And thank you, everybody who's here and was participating. That is obviously what makes this conference work. And frankly, from myself and the rest of the team's point of view is why we're doing this. Two very quick things. One is, please, when you get up, look around your chair, see if there's any trash that's been left over from earlier and just throw it in one of the bins on the way out. If we could leave this room clean, it would be absolutely awesome. The second thing is tomorrow morning, we start at 8 o'clock, but we're distributed all across, not all across, but we're distributed in a couple of different buildings in campus. So most of them, no, all of them are within just a few minutes to, I think at most a 7 or 8 minute walk from here, but do look at your maps. Google Maps knows all these building names, so you should be able to just use your phone to navigate. And I think we'll see a lot of you tomorrow. Did you want to say something?
Just one quick thing. Can the Frontier conveners that are here please meet us briefly, very briefly, at the front of the room? But thank you all very much.
So I guess